Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku's Scent Was Rejected? All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya was as unremarkable as they came. If his life were a book, a movie, or even a TV series, he would not be the main character. Not even a supporting role, he'd be villager number 3 that would keel over and die as the antagonist monologues their traumatic childhood. In a world with alphas and omegas, special people with extraordinary strength, at least that's what his mom said, Izuku was only beta. Like his own parents. His origin story would be bland if not a bit depressing. A low-life nerd who kept his nose buried in All Might comics and movies and away from reality. An escapist of the highest caliber. Inko Midoriya had originally encouraged the fascination, relatively content with her son's interest. Izuku's father had left them soon after his biatch, and her little boy needed some kind of male role model in his life. She wasn't going to question her son's happiness. In his early years of life it had not been too harmful. All the kids his age were fond of the comics too, and his contagious enthusiasm earned him quick friends. Most notably from these friends was one Katsuki Bakugu. The child was a bit rough around the edges but well-meaning as far as Inko could tell. He had an explosive personality, though he was a little too crass for Inko's liking. She really shouldn't complain. Katsuki was Izuku's best friend. For that she was endlessly grateful. So she wouldn't question that either. The two boys were close as kids that age could be. Izuku followed Katsuki everywhere, at the park, in the playground and at school. They were united through All Might, and their love of superheroes was without limit. Katsuki would drag Izuku everywhere by the hand, exploring and playing together. They'd sit side by side laughing together for hours on end. So, even if Inko had initially thought the boy would be a bad influence, he wasn't. He made Izuku more confident, more sure of himself. Katsuki made his son stronger in ways he'd never fully know, and for that she was grateful. Izuku loved Katsuki, that much was clear to Inko from the very beginning. He admired the explosive blonde so much so that there were days he'd chatter about Kaken more than his beloved All Might. It almost made Inko worried. The boys were attached at the hip, but often it seemed like Izuku worshipped the ground Katsuki walked on. He could easily become codependent for his first close friend. After all, without a father figure in his life, perhaps there were things her little boy was projecting. Funnily enough, comfort comes to her in the form of one Mitsuki Bakugu. She tells Inko she's never seen her son so gentle to anyone. Never seen him so considerate and compassionate with anyone but Izuku. Inko lets their mutual adoration for each other comfort her. It's just a phase, and clearly their sons were happy. Izuku was happy. But when Katsuki finally presents as alpha, things start to change. And not for the better. Izuku has always been a bit of a crybaby. First year of junior high and he still hasn't outgrown it. He knows it's embarrassing and he tries his best not to do it too much. Trying your best only helps so much. Katsuki presents as alpha and suddenly he can't stand to be near Izuku anymore. He tries his best to make it work, tries to figure it all out, but Kaken has always been stubborn. Why is he surprised? He tries to keep pace with him as they leave from school, but Kaken has longer legs and his strides are difficult to catch up to. Izuku runs to keep pace, but then Kaken turns around and yells at him. "Go away, Deku! Stop following me like a creep, I've had it with you." Izuku pauses, lower lip trembling. They'd been friends for as long as he could remember. Why was this happening? What made Kaken decide to leave? Izuku couldn't figure it out. What did I do? Kaken, what's wrong? Does it have something to do with being Alp Dash? I said get lost. Katsuki snaps, jaw clenching too tight. Now that Izuku can see his face, he notices a few things. His friend's pupils were dilated to the point that the red of his irises were consumed completely. His face was paler than usual, and he was breathing vigorously like he'd run a marathon. "Kaken, if you could just tell me what's wrong, I'll get out of your hair, I promise." Katsuki seems to only grow more agitated once he said that. Izuku's never seen him this angry, especially not at him. There's a first time for everything, and if Izuku was smarter he'd have seen this coming sooner. He approaches Izuku, deathly slow. His fury so thick Izuku swore he could almost smell it. Then, with a start, Izuku realized he probably was. Kaken had presented as alpha, and this heady smoke-like smell must have been the pheromones that indicated his anger. If Izuku weren't a beta he'd be fighting fight or flight instincts right about now. You know what my problem is, nerd? It's you. Eureka. No wonder Nobdy's been hanging around us lately. You're effing gross. Don't know why I didn't notice sooner. The more Katsuki spoke, the less Izuku recognized him as the kid he'd play hide and seek with, and more like the bully he heard people whisper about. The whispers Izuku had tried so hard to deny. In all his life so far, Katsuki had only gotten annoyed with him. Sometimes he was even mildly frustrated. He was never like this before. Never this cruel. You're a waste of time, I've had enough. If you know what's good for you, do not come near me ever again. Don't talk to me, don't walk beside me again, and for the love of God don't even look at me. Got it, nerd? At this point, Katsuki had gripped his collar harshly, pulling Izuku close to his face so he could properly glower at him. Izuku felt a pathetic whimper begin, his eyes growing wet, but he refused to cry in front of Katsuki like this. This wasn't his best friend, not anymore. Why yes, Kaken. I get it. Katsuki stares at him a moment longer, as if trying to read something from his face. There's something there in his eyes. A spark of something Izuku hopes is guilt. He's good. Whatever it was, Katsuki seems to dismiss it quickly, turning away from Izuku and going on his way. Only after Katsuki disappears out of view does Izuku allow himself to cry. By the time his final year at Aldra Junior High rolls around, Izuku and Katsuki don't talk at all. Just as Katsuki had requested. His childhood friends still had other acquaintances around him, more lackeys than friends, and Izuku did his best to stay out of the way. In comparison, Izuku was unbearably lonely these days. He wasn't bright like Katsuki, a beacon of power and strength that made people gravitate towards him. By then, all the people from his junior high had created cliques of their own. Him and Katsuki had been a package deal for so long there was no space for shy, loser Deku. This is how Izuku ended up spending his lunches alone, eating under a staircase, busying himself by listening to music, working on homework. Anything he can to keep him distracted from his loneliness. The only hope he has left is getting into U.High. His dream school since he had learned Yagi Toshinori, the actor who played All Might, had graduated. From there, the legend was a UA alumni. Izuku's current dream was to get into UA. If he could, he would surely gain multiple scholarship opportunities. He'd be guaranteed success for life, no matter what he decided. Many successful people came from U.A. The magnet school was renowned across the country. Some of the greatest athletes, lawyers, doctors, scientists, and CEOs came from that school. Izuku was determined to get in. The problem was how. The application process was rather extensive, though it allowed liberty for the applicants to sell themselves however they wished. For people like Kaken there was no problem. Kaken was a well-rounded athlete who was incredibly smart and talented in almost any area he attempted. The guy was a genius who could cook, play the drums, and parkour all in the span of a few hours. Izuku, on the other hand, was nowhere near as naturally gifted as his ex-best friend. He was a bit of a nerd, so his grades were pretty good. His report card SBMSN was most definitely not an issue, but there were multiple components for this application. The report card wasn't even the worst part. There was the letter of reference, the personal reflection, and then a written essay component. All of this, in addition to the entrance exam, honestly caused Izuku a lot of anxiety. The personal reflection and essay component were easy enough. The prompt was about facing adversity, and though it wasn't something Izuku could be, he had enough confidence in his writing to know he would be okay. As for the personal reflection, he would be forced to bring up every single minor thing he had ever participated in his life. The bake sale in his 6th grade, the taekwondo summer camp he did once. The art class Izuku quit when he realized his mother could barely afford it. Writing had become his forte. His notebooks and journals had become his only confidant. the only place his thoughts or words would go anywhere, would mean anything. It had been such a long time since Izuku had ever verbally spoken to anyone besides his mother. He didn't need to anymore. In any case, there were only two things left to worry about: the letter of reference and the entrance exam. The entrance exam, Izuku had learned, could actually vary from person to person. The written portion was the same regardless, but the additional segment depended on the program you were applying for. There were 4 major branches in which you could apply: athletics, arts, STEM, and business management. Yagi Toshinori, despite being an actor, had initially been an MMA fighter. He hailed as a former athletic student. Izuku had intended to follow in his footsteps alongside Katsuki. Then they stopped talking and Izuku hadn't known what to do. They were supposed to do everything together. They had even taken MMA classes together. To be the best. He knew then he had to get into U.A on his own, without Katsuki's presence ruining his life. After their fallout, Izuku just could not do it anymore. The fighting, the aggression, the constant fury and frustration that seemed to permanently settle under Katsuki's skin. It was too painful to look at him. He didn't want to waste his mother's money on something that made him miserable. That's why he quit the classes. Or at least, that had been the excuse he had given his mom. At first this change left Izuku without a path. He hadn't known what to do nor where to go. He also hated quitting halfway. He wasn't supposed to be that type of person. Nevertheless, it seemed there are a lot of things he took for granted. A lot of things that were changing around him regardless if he wanted it or not. When Izuku resigned his uniform to the kind old man who ran the classes, he felt a shame like nothing else. He was giving up on this because of what? Because of Katsuki. How lame was that? Then out of nowhere Izuku realized something. All this time he had been following Yagi Toshinori and Katsuki Bokugu blindly. He was engrossed in their brilliance. He went along with it hoping he'd find the same for himself. Katsuki used to promise that they'd do everything together, that they'd be the #1 hero just like All Might. Then he was just kicked to the curb. Izuku needed something for himself. Needed to become someone for himself. This would be a problem. He didn't know his own strengths or weaknesses, blinded by Katsuki and Katsuki's success alone for so long. If he were to try something new now, he wouldn't know where to start. Then one night as he read over a journal entry of his, he found something interesting. He was reminded of something his mentor had told him once. "I get that you boys like Toshinori. I really do, but you can't fight exactly like him. You don't have his body nor his physical strength. Use what you do have to your advantage." "What does that mean for you, Izuku?" I shouldn't punch as much?" "That's an excellent start. Do you want to know what I think?" "What?" "You have a more narrow build than Katsuki, but you have strong legs. This makes you faster on your feet. Use this to your advantage." This was how Izuku had taken his first steps without Katsuki by his side. He joined the track team. It was strange to be doing things without Katsuki by his side. Yet, as time passed, he found it more natural than he expected. He tried various track events, and found that he seemed to excel with more endurance-focused events than throwing. He was pretty good at running. He kept with it. He could do well in most running events, but extended sprints is where he excelled the most. The 800m was his event. He liked to keep it varied though. He wasn't too bad at hurdles either. He wanted something more challenging though, and wanted to broaden his horizons. Keep himself versatile. He needed something that would truly set him apart. And then he saw it. The annual U.A Sports Festival held triathlons. They were meant to showcase endurance. Izuku was in awe. It was perfect. Triathlon training it was. After speaking to a few gym teachers and his mother, he found a way to train. Though his middle didn't exactly offer it in full, in order to train Izuku had joined the swim team in addition to track, and then he would bike to and from school on most days. It was rather hectic, but Izuku preferred it that way. If he was busy before, after, and during school, he had less time to indulge his self-doubt and sadness. Unfortunately, this month has begun Izuku's season of purposelessness. Swim had finished within the first few months of the school year and track had just ended, which left Izuku with biking as his only remaining method of training. This posed as a problem for the entrance exam, as he wouldn't be running or swimming enough during the time required. He needed to train properly just until the exam. Izuku needed to figure something out, and fast. As the bell rings, signifying the end of lunch, Izuku contemplates on the last thing before heading for his next class. That letter of reference had next to no hope. He had no adult figures that had any distinct impression of him that could possibly write him one. Besides his mother, but that was pathetic and sad even for him. Izuku couldn't go back to his old MMA mentor. He was sure Katsuki probably got his from there, and Izuku was avoiding that. Besides, Izuku quit, so he probably didn't have anything all that great to say about Izuku anyway. That left the swim team supervisor who did not know Izuku's name, or the track teacher who had recently gotten fired. If there was any reason Izuku couldn't get in, it would have to be that letter. Izuku was tired of quitting, and even more so of running away. He didn't want to be Izuku who gave up when things got hard. He wanted to be Izuku who fought hard no matter what. That's the spirit he admired in both Katsuki and All Might. Izuku was not going to spend any more time admiring from afar. Not when he could be that person himself. It was another moderately miserable day at school, and Izuku couldn't wait for this day to be over. He couldn't wait for this school year to be over. He wanted to enjoy school every day, have friends he could talk to and laugh with. He'd give anything to be surrounded by people who were like him, who cared for him. For now, such thoughts would be just a fantasy. Speaking of fantasies, Kaken seemed more level-headed than usual. It was almost strange, no aggravated yelling at all. It seemed as though his perpetual dissatisfaction with the world was temporarily retiring. And now, kids, I'd like to know, what are your plans for high school? Their teacher asked, handing printouts of the students' life courses. Oh boy. Just as Izuku had anticipated, Katsuki had woken from his stupor, a cocky grin on his mouth. As if you could lump me in with all these lazy extras. I'm clearly superior to all these lowlifes. A prime alpha like me is destined for greatness. Hey, Bakugo, there's plenty of alphas that go to prison. You're no special for being alpha. Stop showing off. Yeah, Bakugo, you're being a knothead. The general displeasure of the class was being addressed, their voices growing increasingly louder and louder until Kaken yelled at them all. Shut up. I'm not that kinda alpha anyhow. I'm gonna be number 1 MMA fighter, greater than even Tashinori. Everyone quiets after that, murmuring amongst themselves about the difficulty of the U.A exam. Kaken looks pleased with himself, crossing his arms and scoffing at the rest. My brother tried the mock exam and gave up. I heard that the athletics program is pretty hard too. Kaken's self-satisfied grin seemed to grow wider and wider until finally the teacher perked up, making his way towards Izuku. Please don't say anything. Izuku begged silently. Please don't say anything. Izuku hoped to any deity that was watching that they would take pity on him. Midoriya. You're applying to U.A as well, right? The athletics program? The class went silent as everyone turned to look at him. All the eyes on his person made him want to jump out of his own skin and run for the hills. Instead, Izuku nods quietly. You know you can't just get in by studying all the time, right, Midoriya? You actually need to be talented to get into U.A. All of Izuku's classmates mutter amongst themselves in disbelief. Izuku really just wants to run out of here and cry. There's way too much attention on him. Izuku opens his mouth to defend himself, but Kaken beats him to it. Deku. This is the first time in a long time that Kaken has even acknowledged his presence. He looks hostile, but Izuku notices that whatever anger the guy had felt when they parted ways was no longer present. At least, not right now. How the F are you getting into UA athletics? All you do is scribble in that notebook of yours like a useless nerd. Kaken noted, an irritated look in his eyes as his left eyebrow twitched. His eyebrow always did that whenever he was about to explode. I'm pretty good at the 800m. And decent at hurdles dash. He's the best 800m in the school and ranks 5th in the country. There's no need to worry about him, Bakugo. A kid on Izuku's track team states with a growl. There are a few gasps at that, people staring at Izuku as if to figure out his secrets. Izuku flushes, completely unused to the compliment, even more embarrassed because he didn't know the kid's name. For some reason this seems to anger Kaken further. He gets up, cracking his knuckles. You've been holding out on me, nerd? Looking down on me? Don't dash. And by some miracle the bells rings just then. All the students are eager to leave at this point, not wanting to get caught in the crossfire. While everyone's distracted, Izuku turns to the kid again, slightly red in the face. Thanks for saying that, he tells him shyly, unable to actually make eye contact. The kid smiles somewhat warmly. Don't worry about it. Us track kids gotta stick together with all these wannabe MMA fighters pretending to be better than everyone else. Izuku gapes slightly. Why yeah, guess you're right. See you around, Midoriya-kun. And with a wink, the kid parts, probably to avoid Kaken's wrath. Which is something Izuku should probably do as well. Still slightly flushed, Izuku tries to quickly shove all his materials in his bag and escape. As always, Kaken beats him to it. So that's what you've been doing now. Secretly going off to track meets instead of meeting sensei for our classes. F.I.N.G. pathetic. Kaken sniffs, hands in his pockets in front of Izuku's desk. Two of his lackeys flank him on either side, and usually Izuku would be too intimidated to even look them in the eye. That day is not today. That kid, whoever he was, had made Izuku feel stronger. He had something now, something that he liked, something that he was good at. Something that had nothing to do with Kaken at all. Izuku Midoriya was done taking Katsuki Bakuga's sheet. I don't know why you're so disappointed. You're the one who told me to get out of your face. I only did as you asked. Izuku answers coldly, ignoring the euphoria that had taken over to be standing up to Kaken. Kaken looks stunned at the statement, as if he hadn't expected him to say that. As if he hadn't just spoken the truth. So you gave up your dreams of being like All Might because of me? You're giving up just like that? For some reason this angers Izuku. Why did Kaken think his entire life revolved around him? Izuku scowled the first time he's ever done so. How had he followed this guy to the ends of the earth? How had he been so blind to Kaken's selfishness? Kaken probably never cared about him once, content to have Izuku's constant admiration feeding into his abnormally large ego. Izuku was ashamed to have almost loved him. You've made it pretty clear that I disgust you, so I have no idea why you expected anything. I don't want to be like you anymore, Kaken. I'm going to follow All Might in my own way. I don't need you anymore. Kaken makes an expression like he'd been punched in the face. Izuku tells himself he doesn't care about his feelings. He slings his backpack and makes to pick up his notebook, the one in which he'd thoroughly analyzed Kaken's latest fight. The one where he used an incredibly effective double leg takedown. Thankfully, he had only written MMA Fighting Techniques 101 on the cover of his notebook. Kaken wouldn't have to know. Kaken beats him to it. He swipes the notebook from him and stares at the cover before grinning. So you're done with MMA then? You don't watch any of Toshinori's fights anymore? Kaken questions, eyes locked on Izuku as he makes to open the notebook. Izuku feels his heart stop. Why does it matter, Kaken? Give it back. He moves to take it back, but Katsuki laughs cruelly in seeing the emotion in his eyes. "'S what I thought. Once a Toshinori fan, always a Toshinori fan, no matter how you try to deny it, nerd. Let's be honest, you finally realized it for yourself, didn't you? That a useless beta like you doesn't have what it takes to defeat an alpha. It's just the way things are." Kaken grins, the self-satisfaction written all over his. "That's the real reason you gave up on your dream. You realized a plain person like you could never get on my level. Well, I guess it's for the best that you figured that out on your own. Guess that means you won't be needing this anymore?" Kaken laughs, pretending to tear the notebook in half and slowly making his way to the window. "Kaken, give it back." Izuku yells, scrambling to catch up with him. "You want it? Jump for it." Kaken finishes, throwing the notebook out the window. Izuku scrambles to see where it landed, only to find it landed directly on the school fountain. Completely soaked through. Kaken and his entourage laugh harshly at Izuku's misery, and Izuku can't help but fight tears. It would always be like this. "Don't worry, Deku. Maybe you should just take a swan dive off of the roof and join that notebook of yours. You'll never get into Yue, don't even try. Fifth in the city isn't all that impressive." His lackeys seemed to pause at that, and used to such a cruel and vile thing to say. This was the first time Kaken had said such a thing, and it even made Izuku pause himself. If Izuku were a better man, He could have gotten Kaken expelled. There's no way he would have gotten into UA by having something like that on his track record. Yet, when it came down to it, Izuku really couldn't do it. He knew deep down Kaken didn't mean that. He wasn't that kind of person. Kaken could be cruel, could be mean. He wasn't bad though. He wasn't evil. So when they part ways, Izuku counts to 10, breathes deeply, and goes on his own way to collect his wet notebook. He picks up the damp book and sighs. Maybe he could get his mother's blow dryer to fix it? Even if Kaken could be mean and angry and sometimes very awful, he was a good person. Izuku remembers him fighting off bullies on the playground, chasing after him to catch bugs. Izuku remembers crying after getting hurt, having Katsuki scold him before drying his tears. This is why Izuku still comes to all of Kaken's tournaments. The thing with Kaken was that he was most definitely a good person. He was just AD about it. Izuku sighs. He realized he'd forgotten his bike at home today. Unfortunate, like the very nature of his existence. Izuku, too busy reminiscing on all his life decisions, forgets he's walking through the sketchiest area of the neighborhood, where all kinds of illicit activities occur. Usually, Izuku keeps a careful eye out for this. But today wasn't a normal day. Too caught up in his own thoughts, he wasn't aware of his surroundings. He wasn't aware of the threatening presence that locked him into place until it was too late. The man is asking for money Izuku does not have on hand. There was a distinct pressure around his throat, a thick forearm pressing right against his trachea. This was the chokehold. Izuku knew how to get out of this. He did. The body that was crushing him was masculine and relatively muscular. Too strong for him to grapple with. Then there was the gun to his temple, a touch he did not expect. It's like drowning, Izuku thinks. Every breath becomes harder and harder to take in. All Izuku could feel was the firm, immovable arm of his assailant. Black spots appearing across his field of vision. Suddenly, everything becomes black. Izuku was going to pass out, and he'd be at the mercy of his attacker. He trained to get out of these situations. He was supposed to be able to get out of this. The combination of the weapon and the threatening pheromones is too much to bear. Izuku panics. The panic of not being strong enough, the panic of this superior alpha's presence that wills him to submit without doing a DMN thing. Maybe Kaken was right about him being weak. He felt tears in his eyes. Of course Kaken was right, he always was. Then, as if born from his very dreams, appears All Might. The Alpha stands in all his glowing glory, looking like he came straight out of Izuku's comic books. Izuku isn't completely sure if he's just deliriously making it up in his own head to combat the pain. His vision is filled with tears and he really can't believe it. Izuku passes out, his head throbbing and his eyes hazy and his mind going a mile a minute. When Izuku comes to it, his eyes blink rapidly to make sure he isn't actually going insane. All Might no Yagi Tashinori, his biggest role model and inspiration, was trying to get him man. In all his buff, blonde glory. Young man, I'm pleased to see you're finally awake. Yagi Tashinori says brightly, his smile just as flawless as it was on TV. All of Izuku's hero worship and excessive fanboy lifestyle would have never prepared him for this. All Might. Thank you so much. Izuku exclaims, instantly getting up to give him a full 90 degrees bow to show his gratitude. Then, All Might chuckles bashfully. A full-grown man, blushing at being thanked for saving his life. A celebrity that had become a household name. The greatest MMA fighter in the world. Ah, you're a fan? Don't mention it, young man. I was just doing the right thing. Don't worry about it. Izuku kind of wanted to laugh. Who knew that his hero would be so humble? So kind, unlike the other blonde he'd idolized for so much of his life. Where did that guy go? Oh, I was actually tailing that man for quite a while now. Already sent him to the police, so don't worry about it. All Might, would you mind signing my dash? Already done, young man. I've written it right here. Mr. Yagi Tashinori points to his notebook on the floor, and sure enough, right next to the MMA Fighting 101, was his signature, curved and pretty. Izuku bows again deeply. Thank you, sir. I actually have a few questions if you would mind answering them dash. I'm sorry, young man, I've got to go. Needed to make sure you were okay, but I really gotta dash. Will you train me? Izuku asks, breathlessly before he loses his nerve. I want to get into you today and be just like you. All Might, no, Yagi Toshinori looks at him carefully then. Train you, huh? Your notes are too comprehensive to be a beginner, so you must have some experience. Look, I'm in a bit of a rush, but I'll teach you how to get away from a situation like that if it happens again, alright. Izuku can only nod excitedly. This is the best thing he could ever ask for. The biggest issue there was that you panicked, right? I'm sure if you weren't so caught off guard you would have thought of something. Look, here I'm going to pretend to chokehold you. Without a weapon, what would you do? All Might asks gently. Izuku, slightly flustered to be in such close proximity, wills himself to not make a fool of himself to take a deep breath. Well, first I should put my chin down like this. He makes sure to press his chin down as firmly as possible. Very good, young man. Then what do you? All Might prompts, seemingly happy with his response. Then I grip my hand here and I swing out like this. Izuku grins to himself. He's glad he hadn't forgotten. He was safely out of All Might's grip, and sure enough the man's eyes sparkled. That's right, young man. Now here's what you do if there's a gun involved. In the next few minutes, Izuku goes through the movements All Might demonstrates. Izuku's a quick learner. He grabs the imaginary weapon and All Might's arm as instructed, swings his body weight outwards and grips the gun in his own hand. He manages to steal it away and press it into All Might's skull. Holy shit. Izuku moves away stunned. He did it. He thought he wouldn't make the same mistake again. Congrats, young man. Now I'll be on my way. That man who attacked you has a few accomplices actually. They robbed a bank earlier and me and a few others are trying to secure their identities. I'll be off. All Might grins, turning to leave before Izuku stops him once more. Wait, one last thing. You think a beta and alpha can fight on equal footing? Yagi Toshinori pauses once again. Always asking the good questions, huh, young man? My short answer is no. Izuku wants to cry. My long answer is that historically, alphas have a history of playing dirty, using orders around as they please. Alphas have instincts to dominate, and this can express itself in awfully aggressive and cruel ways. This advantage is biological, and makes it much harder for a beta, who don't have these extreme instincts, to fight to the same degree. That being said, I do think alphas, betas and even omegas should be able to fight equally without gender altering those results, whether that's primary or secondary genders, he finishes. Izuku gapes, a little stunned but mostly happy. He wasn't wrong to hope to be equals with Katsuki. He already was. Izuku can't help but grin, completely in awe of his all-time favorite role model. Here was a man Izuku could strive to be. Thanks again, All Might. Izuku says as the man starts on his way. Oh, don't call me that, young man. Call me Toshinori-sensei. I look forward to seeing you at U.A. Izuku blushes. Toshinori-sensei, huh? He supposed it was weird to be calling him by the role he played. Though to be fair, everyone online had taken to calling him that anyway. He didn't seem to mind. He snatches his notebook from the floor and sure enough there was his life course worksheet with the words, "Getting into U.A." written in bold letters on the sheet. He had forgotten to put it back in his binder. Dang. Still, Izuku couldn't help but feel happy. All Might believed Izuku to be capable of getting into U.A. His role model believed in his dreams. Izuku couldn't ask for more. Quietly humming to himself, Izuku couldn't help the huge dumb smile that was present on his face. Toshinori-sensei. Who needed Bakugu? Who needs Katsuki's attention or affection or love? Not Izuku Midoriya, no sir. His days of worshipping knothead Kaken was over. The Yagi Toshinori told him he'd see him at U.A. That had to mean something. Katsuki's useless yelling was probably so he could feel better about himself anyway. His delicate alpha pride was at risk of being threatened. No wonder he was being a PSS baby. The guy wasn't used to feeling like he wasn't the most special and most important gift to humanity. Izuku often wondered what would have happened if Kaken had never presented as alpha. Would he still be as cocky and self-assured now? Would he still feel as entitled as he did? To be honest, Izuku already knew the answer to this. Katsuki had always been that way, and though his secondary gender did not help him rein that type of behavior, Izuku knew that it was a part of who he was. For a brief second, Izuku wondered what it would be like if Kaken was in a room with people like him. Equally as smart, athletic, and talented. With a start, Izuku realized that's what UDA would be. The thought sobered Izuku up a bit. A class full of athletic, intelligent, and hard-working students. Did Izuku even deserve to stand by them? To be their equal? He didn't know. Loud noises and sirens abruptly startled Izuku from his reverie. Izuku really needed to pay attention to his surroundings more. He tended to get caught up in his own little world sometimes, which often made him go on autopilot, blocking out most external stimuli. Izuku, as naturally curious as he was, couldn't help but walk towards the chaos. He wondered what happened? He started walking faster, almost running towards the sirens when he found them. The men were dressed similarly to the man who had choked Izuku. The other robbers Toshinori-sensei had told him about. There was a man choking a boy the same way Izuku had been choked. The police had him surrounded, all of them pointing their guns at the man. "Drop your weapons or I shoot the kid," the man ordered, gun pressing more firmly to the boy's neck. The boy struggled against him, something caught in his mouth, trying to get out. The police dropped their weapons and Izuku wanted to scream. But even he could feel the weight of the man's strong pheromones looking to intimidate. Strong enough to even make another alpha fall to their knees. Nobody was doing anything. The police just stood there uselessly. That's when Izuku saw it. Those distinct red eyes, the spiky blonde hair. He could recognize that face anywhere. It was the face of his childhood friend who would pat his head when he needed comfort. The childhood friend who was both kind and cruel. Who was both dense and smart. The childhood friend he loved more than anything else in the world. He couldn't bear to look at the helpless look in his eyes. Such a thing should never exist. His strong, brave Kaken wasn't meant to be killed. Izuku's feet moved before he could think. He was barely thinking, if he was honest. He was moving from behind the criminal though, so the man likely wouldn't move as long as the policemen didn't give him away. Somehow, Izuku had moved fast enough that they hadn't. The first issue was the weapon the man was holding to Kaken's head. From there, Kaken was likely to escape. Izuku hit the man's wrist, disarming him, and grabbed the gun for himself. "Hey, you brat! Get back here!" The man in his surprise let Kaken go. That was all he needed. The man jumped to get a hold of Izuku, but Izuku skid out of the way, landing on his hands. The skin on his palms felt raw from the asphalt, but the gun was safely out of the way and the attacker was properly disarmed. Kaken ducked out of the way before sending a jab right into the back of the man's head. The criminal screamed, his pheromones thick with vengeance as he moved to take one of the cops' guns from the floor. Then out of nowhere, All Might appeared just like last time. All Might was quick to disarm the man again and keep him restrained. In no time, the cops had come with HNDCFFS, forcing the man into the back of the white and blue car. "Why the f did you do that, Izuku?" Kaken demanded, though he looked less angry and more spooked. Izuku didn't realize he was tearing up until Kaken had squatted down to hold him. His hands rubbed at his scalp the way it had when they were kids. Izuku was too overcome with emotion to really think behind the meaning of Izuku or Kaken's comfort right now. No, he was too terrified of the image he had seen just seconds before. Too stressed from the offensive sense of the alpha that still clogged his nostrils. "Guess you can't answer me right now, huh, nerd?" Even as Kaken said this, his voice is low, soothing. Izuku almost immediately began to cry. "I thought Kaken would." Izuku guessed that his terrified scent was getting stronger because Kaken's head patting continued. He even began to rumble, trying to alleviate Izuku's pain like an alpha would their mate or pup. He released his soothing scent, like caramel, maybe burnt sugar. "Hey, I'm fine, right? You're fine, right? Don't worry, it's over, okay? We'll have to go to the police station to give our statements and that'll be done. Then we'll call Auntie and it's over, okay, nerd? Can you hear me?" Izuku, if he had been more present, would be alarmed at how well Kaken seemed to comfort him. How he still remembered all the right things to say. All the right things to do. Perhaps this was why he could never get over Katsuki. He'd never love anyone as deeply as purely as he loved him. Kaken always knew what to do. Like magic, Izuku's cries begin to quiet. The next thing they knew they were in a car with a police officer, Izuku still clinging to Kaken's side. The detective had introduced himself as Naomasa something or the other, but Izuku was still trying to get his bearings. When Izuku's scent finally returned to normal, Kaken brushed his hand through his hair. "You good now, nerd?" he asks, softer than usual, probably trying not to gain too much attention from the detective that was driving them. Izuku nodded in affirmation, moving away from Kaken's lap as his shock wore off. There was something in Kaken's eyes that looked almost disappointed, but it disappeared as soon as it came. Cool. The air became suddenly very awkward and tense. Izuku kind of regretted moving away. When you said you quit the classes because of me, did you mean it or were you just saying that?" Kaken asks after a few minutes of silence. Izuku looked at him carefully. He wanted to be angry with Katsuki, he really did. But he couldn't. Not when he was so close to losing his. What were they now? Not best friends certainly, but closer than acquaintances. Not quite rivals but not enemies either. Looking at Kaken right now, he could only see the boy he'd do anything for. That would probably never change. Kaken is his childhood friend, Izuku decides. No matter what happens, that would never change. Kaken was Izuku's precious childhood friend. He'd always be important to him. "Yeah, I meant it," he finally says, watching Kaken's face for some kind of reaction. When Kaken flinches, he continues. "Honestly though, I didn't think you'd care that much." This causes Kaken to scowl. "Of course I care. We were supposed to do things together, dumbest. What makes you think independent Ohio?" At least Kaken has the ball to look mildly guilty. Izuku snorts. "Yeah, you made it pretty clear you didn't want me around." Kaken looks at him like he ran over a cat, eyes sad in a way he'd never seen before. "It's not like that." "Then tell me what it is like. Because to me it looks like everyone's an extra if they're not alpha like you, otherwise they can't even be your equal." Izuku says as he struggles to keep his volume down as to not arouse suspicion from the detective. He had already looked back curiously at their conversation. Kaken's face was definitely crestfallen. He was staring blankly across Izuku before he opened his mouth again. I never wanted you to feel that way. It's not true, you know, I don't believe that at all. Out of everyone at our school, the only person who'd ever be my equal is you. Beta, Alpha or Omega, I don't care as long as it's you. You're the only one that would ever come close, he says finally, refusing to make eye contact. The both of them are a little flushed at that. This was the first time in a long time they'd really talked about how they felt. "Why then? Why am I special?" Izuku softly, now only curious. Kaken gazes into his eyes, searching for something. Then shrugs. "The same reason you can't seem to leave me alone either, I guess. You dreamed of being like All Might with me. We were going to get there together. So, even if that's changed, you're still my Deku. You're the only one good enough to pay attention to," he says finally, reclining backwards as if he had finally laid all his cards on the table. Izuku flushed. "Your Deku, ta. I didn't mean it like that." Kaken screams, gaining the attention of the detective. The both of them go silent until the detective's attention is finally diverted. "So, you're really not coming back then?" Kaken ventures, voice strangely fragile. "Because of me? You're giving up on your dreams because of me?" Izuku looks at Kaken. This time he takes his hands into his. Kaken doesn't pull away. And just like when they were kids, Izuku would massage his hands the same way, working from his wrist to the skin in between his thumb and his index finger. It has the desired effect, and Kaken goes limp very quickly. "I'm not. Maybe you're the reason I left, but honestly I think it was for the better. Like I said, I was trying too hard to be like you and All Might. I didn't try to figure out what Deku was going to be like. I need to figure out what I really want for myself," he reveals gently, moving on to the next hand. Kaken looked at him like he's entranced. Like he can't look away. He licks his lips before responding. "And what do you want? What are you going to do?" Izuku closes his eyes, opens them to refocus on Kaken properly. "I still want to be like All Might, that won't change, just not in the same way. You've always liked him because he always wins, right? It's why you like the MMA fight so much. Kaken nods. And you didn't? You sure as hell seem to enjoy getting your butt beaten by me. Izuku opens his mouth gaping at Kaken before shoving his shoulder. Kaken. Kaken grins happily at him, bringing his face close to Izuku's before shoving his face back with his palm. What? Am I wrong? Nis. Anyway, I was talking to my mom about it and we kind of figured it out. While I don't dislike winning, I've always wanted to be like All Might because he saves people, you know. That's what always made him the coolest hero in my eyes. Izuku doesn't know it then, but the look in his eyes at this moment is one his beloved Kaken would never forget. And how does running the 800M mean saving people? Kaken decides to ask instead. Izuku pouts at him. It doesn't, but I like winning like that better. I don't have to beat anyone up, but I can still win in my own way if I work hard enough. I'll just leave everyone to eat my dust from a distance. Kaken seems to ponder this before nodding. Guess it makes sense for a softa like you. What about your saving stuff then? How do you plan on being like All Might? He sighs, letting go of Kaken's hand to put his own face in his hands. I'm still trying to figure that out. The first step is getting into you today. I'll figure it out from there. Izuku winces, suddenly realizing that his hands were scrapped. Slightly bleeding too. Huh, why hadn't he noticed that? Perhaps his adrenaline rush was wearing off. Kaken, who had been unusually quiet beside him, seems to notice it too. Deku, when the F did you get hurt? Kaken demands. At this the detective pays attention, asking politely. Midoriya? Are you okay? Ugh, this was the second time Izuku didn't know the name of someone who was helping him. Get it together. Why yeah, I'm fine. Just didn't notice it till now. Just a few scraps on my hand from the asphalt. Not a big deal. Izuku reassures, showing him his palms through the rear view mirror. Seemingly placated, the detective nods. Not a big deal, my butt. You got hurt because of me. Kaken grumbles, taking Izuku's hands to cradle them in his again. Fine, Kaken. I don't regret it. I'd do it again if I had to. Saving people is what I'm meant to do. It's made me more sure of my dream. Izuku says tiredly, suddenly feeling the exhaustion of today weigh on his shoulders. I don't need saving. Kaken refuses, frowning in clear displeasure. A beat, then his frown grows bigger. So you're saying hurting yourself helped you learn something? Izuku laughs, surprisingly bright for the situation. Yeah, I guess. Getting hurt from your mistakes usually helps you from making the mistakes. Again. Kaken's frown deepened further. And you said that you'd do it again. Yep. Izuku grins cheerfully. Fing martyr. Don't know what I'm supposed to do with you. Kaken grumbles. Izuku giggles, delighted by the sight of his grumpy best friend Kaken. Not a complete a-hole Kaken. Not even comforting soft Kaken. His Kaken, grumpy and grumbling Kaken. With this, Izuku allows himself to close his eyes for a few minutes. It's been a long day. When Izuku awakes, everything passes by in a hazy blur. Kaken had shoved him awake, yelled at him to get out of the car, and pulled him by the wrist into the police office. They pass some time in the interrogation office, separately, so Izuku doesn't bother paying attention. They ask him question after question. Why did he feel the need to get involved? How did he know how to disarm the gun? Had he interacted with this particular gang of criminals before? The last question forces Izuku to pause. Yes, I was attacked by one of them a bit before. This answer opens him up to another round of questioning. Izuku tries to explain as best he can his encounter with the criminal, how it happened and where it happened. When he brings up Yagi Tashinori, though, there is a stunned silence. The only one who seems to understand is Detective Naomasa, who has a slightly secretive smile. I figured as much. In that case, you're free to go. Your mother and friend are waiting for you. Izuku nods, bowing to the police officers before making a quick exit. He just wants to go home. Deku, what the F took you so long? Kaken demands, equally as tired and worn out Izuku feels. He doesn't want to be upset right now, and so Izuku decides that telling the truth would be the energy-saving method. Katsuki's mother, a carbon copy of her son, smacked him upside the head. Aizakuan's clearly been through a lot today. Be nice, brat. Just as those words are said, a rush of wind seems to pass them, and Izuku is pulled into the tightest hug of his entire life. "Oh, Izuku! I was so worried. Why are you getting yourself into trouble like this?" His mother weeps, her arms crushing him in her strength. Izuku took comfort in her scent, soft eucalyptus and lilies. Gentle, sweet and comforting just like her. Can't breathe. Finally she let Izuku escape her grasp, checking Izuku's face and body looking for injuries. She takes Izuku's hands and frowns but doesn't otherwise scold him. Well, I suppose it could be worse. Not like that river incident at least. His mother decides, plenty satisfied. The atmosphere immediately drops at the words. Ah, the infamous river incident. Izuku doesn't actually remember the details of said incident, but everyone else involved seemed pretty traumatized. Izuku was following around Kaken and his lackeys, as usual, and they were just exploring. Exploring the forest they'd always explored together, taking their usual trek atop the log bridge over the river. Izuku's mom had always warned him about that log. He didn't heed her warnings because Inko Midoriya had a tendency to overthink and worry. She was great mom. Izuku was lucky to have her, but right now Izuku was excited for his adventures with Katsuki and his friends, so he didn't care. Perhaps he should have. Before he knew it, he was sinking into the river with a crash to his head. From there he really had no idea what happened. The next thing he knew, he was in a hospital bed with a predictably clingy mother in tears. And most strangely, a less clingy best friend in tears. For a long while after that, Kaken wouldn't let him out of his sight. Held his hand everywhere they went, and even the slightest change in Izuku's scent would have sent Kaken to his side. They were 6 years old at the time. Now, nearly 10 years later, Kaken still wasn't too pleased to even mention the incident. "No, never like the river," Kaken states moodily, shoving his hands into his pockets and sulking. His eyes grow distant and his scent sours, his usual gunpowder top note increasing to the point his usual caramel heart note was stifled completely. "Okay. Well, that's my cue to leave with the brat. Katsuki, say bye to Aizaku and Inko, it's time we get a move on." Mitsuki Bakugu sighs, pulling her son along. "See you guys." And with that they were off. "Oh, but I didn't get to thank Katsuki on next time," his mother parts, before tugging Izuku with her as they moved together towards the parking lot. "For looking after you. I know the two of you haven't hung out in a while. I figured something must have happened, but he still took the time to comfort you during your panic attack. I appreciate that," she says softly, a little bit of reproach in her voice but mainly gratitude. "It's good to know that no matter what happens between you boys, you'll always have each other's backs." Izuku is both too tired and too confused as to how his mother had come to such a conclusion, but before he can ask, they are interrupted by one Yagi Tashinori. "Young man, you never fail to impress me," he greets them, and his mother is in complete shock. Ignoring her temporarily, Izuku grins bashfully. "Thanks, Tashinori-sensei." "A sensei? Izuku, this is Dash?" His mother points, her surprise a near tangible thing. "Yeah, it's All Might. He saved us earlier today." Izuku explains, briefly more curious as to why the man had approached them. Izuku's mother bows, and Izuku follows quickly. "Thank you for saving my son and his friend. We're very grateful for your help." Tashinori-sensei acts predictably, blushing at the thanks and playing it down. "And not a problem. It's good that they're both safe. I came here to take up on something young Izuku here had asked me earlier. He has proved himself worthy." Izuku can't help but stare at him in shock. "Would you like to become a hero, young man? I'll train you, just as you asked up until your U.A exam." All Might says, much like the cartoons Izuku had watched a long time ago. Izuku can hear a strangled sob escape his mother's mouth, and Izuku couldn't help himself either. With tears in his eyes and his future looking brighter than ever, Izuku accepts. Izuku's quietly humming to himself, contentment he didn't think he could ever feel in his bones. Yagi Tashinori was going to train him. Believed in him. Kaken wasn't bothering him anymore, they could still be friends. Things in his life were settling in a way he couldn't have ever dreamed of. Life was looking pretty good, right? Like it was worth living. Even if he's stuck eating lunch by himself, he doesn't mind it. Not today. He has his notebooks sprawled around him assessing his current predicament. His personal reflection had only taken his 15 minutes to do. His essay on facing adversity took another 30 that yesterday's happenings with added evidence from the news made his story real, reliable and most importantly unique. He tried to write it as accurately as he could, not wanting to embellish anything for the sake of a more entertaining read. At the same time, he didn't want it to sound like the bland, stunted rendition of the events he'd told the officers in choppy half-asleep sentences. He'd done the personal reflection the second he got up for breakfast. Hadn't been an issue. Then there was his essay, he'd finished now at lunch. He'd have to edit both later, but he was surprised at how good it felt to get it all done. How quickly he'd accomplished these tasks. All he had left now would be the written exam, which he wasn't too worried about. His mock was pretty good. Then, of course, was the letter of reference that she'd. With all the excitement of having his role model train him, he had forgotten about that. Maybe he could get the man to write? Izuku couldn't ask so much of him though. It's not like he had expected him to say yes. Oi, Deku. A voice called and Izuku looks up to see Kaken. Kaken without his stupid lackeys trailing him as they usually did. Huh, Kaken? What are you doing here? Izuku asks, closing the laptop and moving his notebooks to make space for his friend. Kaken snorts, crouching underneath the space under the stairwell beside him. Izuku didn't realize how small the space was, their shoulders pressed together. It was tight fit but they made it work. The real question is what the F are you doing here? He asks, his voice all gravelly and scratchy. Huh, no wonder he wasn't with his goons. His voice only got like that after he cried. A lot. Kaken had definitely cried himself to sleep last night and he wouldn't let those guys near him in such a vulnerable state if that was the last thing he did. I like sitting here. It's quiet and I get a lot of work done. Izuku explains, deciding to not mention the reason he had even begun sitting here was because of Katsuki anyway. Kaken was vulnerable and raw right now. Izuku wasn't in, but he wasn't going to rub salt into Kaken's clearly very raw wounds. Because of me, you mean? Kaken instead completely ignores Izuku's inner monologue. He frowns. Kaken, it's fine, don't worry about it dash. Don't tell me what's fine and what's not, shitty nerd. I was it to you. I was the worst. I told you you stank and that you disgusted me, and yesterday I basically told you to kill yourself, and I don't get how you can still stand to look at me and dash. Kaken's lower lip is trembling, trying very hard not to cry. Izuku could read his thought process in this moment as easily as breathing. He was frustrated that he had hurt Izuku, but also frustrated that he couldn't read Izuku as he once could. He was even more frustrated that it was his own fault, that he had nobody but himself to blame. Izuku can't really tell him otherwise, because it is his fault. He hurt Izuku more than he could fully comprehend, but that didn't mean he had to face his pain alone. So, Izuku hugs him. Izuku hugs him so Kaken's face is pressed near the pulse point near his collarbone, where the most of Izuku's now soothing scent is released. Kaken sobs. It's quiet, silent, nothing like how Izuku cries, loud and heartbreaking to hear. If Izuku cries like he's telling the world of his pain, Kaken cries like he's fighting hard to keep it all in. Choked gasps and closed eyes. Izuku runs his hands up and down his back, letting him cry to his heart's content. I forgive you, you know. Yorn, but you say things to push people away and you don't always mean what you say. But you're not a bad person. We wouldn't have been best friends if you were. I'd never go out of my way to save a bad person. Izuku reassures softly as Kaken's cries die out slowly. When Kaken finally disentangles himself from Izuku, he's back to a grumpy self. You didn't save me. You just kick-started the inevitable. Kaken pouts, not looking him in the eye. Izuku can't help but smile. Sure. Kaken scowls, hands ready for a fight. You looking down on me, nerd? Looking for a fight because dash. No, of course not. You should know by now that I don't do that. Anyway, if you're feeling better, I got some stuff to work on. Izuku replies before opening up his laptop. Hey, stop ignoring me, Deku. What's so effing important that you can't pay attention to me anymore? Kaken seethes, grabbing Izuku's laptop to see what it was he was working on. There was a 10-page essay on the events of what occurred yesterday. Kaken scowls. He shoves the laptop into Izuku's lap again before groaning. The stupid Yude essay. Okay shitty Deku, I don't care. Do what you want, just be a good pillow for me. And after that the rest of lunch passed in complete silence, save for Kaken's quiet snores. As Izuku typed, editing his work with Kaken sleeping on his shoulder, he couldn't help but smile. He could get used to this. Izuku cannot contain his happiness today. The lunch he'd spent with Kaken, the training he'd soon have with Toshinori-sensei, and every day he was coming closer and closer to his dream. It's his last PRD when his phone buzzes in his pocket. Usually, such a phenomenon either indicated his mother would be working late today or someone had interacted with his latest tweet on his All Might Stan account. Before, it would only ever be one or the other. Today he had been looking forward to Toshinori-sensei's text. He couldn't believe it. He had All Might's number. Unable to resist, Izuku took out his phone from his pocket discreetly. He felt his heart beating louder and louder in his chest. He had never used his phone in class before, but this was something he could not wait for. Toshinori-sensei, All Might. Meet me at Dagoba Beach around 5. Izuku could not possibly contain his smile. But he really had texted him. Izuku couldn't help but wonder what Toshinori-sensei had in store for him. Would they be swimming? Izuku liked it well enough, though he didn't have the natural inclination for it the way he did with running. Hurdles too came much easier since his legs were significantly stronger than his arms, which made sense consider. Midoriya, please stop texting your girlfriend or whatever it is you're doing and focus in class. Do not make me confiscate your phone, his teacher yelled, shocking Izuku into putting away his device and getting back on task. Despite being slightly embarrassed at being called out like that, Izuku still couldn't stifle the dopey smile that was lighting up his face. He was going to be trained by All Might today. As soon as the bell rings, Izuku rushes to gather all his things to get out of school as fast as possible. Just as he's about to run out the door, he feels someone pull him back by the collar of his shirt. He turns around ready to politely tell whatever classmate holding him back to knock it off, only to be met with Kaken. Of course. What's up with you, nerd? You're being more restless and annoying than usual. You really got a date like Sensei said? Kaken asks, seemingly nonchalant, shoving his fists into his pockets the way that he does when he's displeased but doesn't want to show it. Izuku flashes immediately from just hearing the word, date, come out of Kaken's mouth. D-date? I'm, just meeting up with someone. Izuku watches Kaken's face darken further and he backtracks quickly. No, not like that. It's, my new mentor. Kaken looks at him critically before shrugging noncommittally. Whatever you say, nerd. Don't start slacking off now. And with that he bumps Izuku's shoulder encouragingly, before exiting the classroom, leaving Izuku confused and slightly flustered. This was a new dynamic for him to navigate with his childhood friend. They had been best friends once, hands intertwined ready to face the entire world together. Then they had been not quite enemies since there was never any hostility from Izuku's side. Further than acquaintances but not quite strangers. Now they were something else. For some reason, Izuku felt like he'd spent a large portion of his life wondering what his presence meant in Kaken's life. In any case, Izuku knew he had to get a move on. There was no way he'd keep Toshinori-sensei waiting. Dagoba Beach is nothing like what Izuku had envisioned it to be. He had imagined a sandy white beach, revealing a gorgeous skyline with crystalline waters. That around sunset he'd see the sun turn a bright, luminous orange and slowly sink into the horizon. The water would reflect the setting sun with almost equal brilliance. The sky would turn mauve, and the sounds of lapping water would lull him into a peaceful trance. These expectations were brutally crushed by reality. For all intents and purposes, the beach had turned into a junkyard, overrun by garbage of all varying sizes and shapes. The only thing more foul than the sight was the stench. Not wanting to be rude but completely puzzled, Izuku finally found his voice. Toshinori-sensei, are we in the right place? He asks tentatively, scratching the back of his neck. He had been under the impression he'd be taking laps around the beach and then going for a swim. This couldn't have been further from that reality. Toshinori-sensei looked at him and laughed. Do not worry, young Midoriya. We are where we were meant to be. I'm sure this is not what you were expecting, and it is for that reason that we are here. Izuku stares at him, at a complete loss as to what his role model was saying. Huh. Toshinori-sensei smiles warmly despite Izuku's clueless response. If I were to train you in a regular gym that would attract a lot of unwanted attention, no? It would create a huge mess I'm sure neither of us would like to be involved with. Izuku takes in the information and can't help but stare at him in utter awe. So this is like a secret mission. To prevent altering the media of your presence. All Might grins and ruffles his air. More than that, this place offers all the training you need while doing a good deed at the same time. Your job in the next 6 months before the UDA entrance exam is to fully complete this training schedule until then. Toshinori-sensei declares, and out of thin air produces a long list titled, Aim to Pass. American Dream Plan. Clean the whole beach. By himself? Was that even possible? Izuku takes the schedule from Toshinori-sensei's hands, looking it over. 1.5 kilometers run with 10 to 15 kilograms backpack. 3x 50m rope pull. 3x 200m farmer's carry. 3x 200m overhead carry. 3x 300m tire push. 3 by 100 squats. Run 3 kilometers. 3 by 50 push-ups. 3x 100m backpack carry. 3 by 10 bench press. 3 by 15 biceps curl. All of these were in addition to a well-proteined, high-starch and high-calorie diet. Izuku had undergone multiple diets and workout routines before, but nothing could have fully prepared him for this. Privately, Izuku wondered if he was going to survive this. Yet, when he looked into the brilliant, shining eyes of his role model, Izuku couldn't find it in himself to back down. Toshinori-sensei suddenly stared at him seriously before unlocking his phone. He was muttering to himself for a bit before looking at Izuku again. Take off your shirt, young Midoriya. What? Izuku squeaked, completely taken aback. I want to get a before and after picture of you to see how well this works. Go on now. The path to success was not linear, was not easy, and was not fast. Even if this process seemed impossible, just standing in front of Yagi Toshinori proved that even the most unlikely events could happen. If he wanted this, he was going to work for it. With the eyes of his role model in his mind, Izuku refused to give up. I'm ready to do this, Toshinori-sensei, plus ultra. And this was the beginning of a fresh kind of hell. The days were going by more quick than he could remember in previous years. He'd wake up, scarf down breakfast, bike to school, attend classes, bike back from school to the beach and go through his training, bike home, rush through dinner, shower and go to bed. The same schedule would follow the next day, rinse and repeat. Izuku was forced to do a lot of schoolwork in quiet moments in between. In the morning as he ate breakfast, during lunch in his private stairwell. Often enough, a lot of his schoolwork got piled up to finish on the weekend. Izuku kind of felt like he was barely treading water. The first week in particular was fresh hell. To the point that others would comment, "You look like shit, Deku." "Thanks, Kaken. Is something going on at home, Midoriya? Are you okay?" Never better. Like this, days turned into weeks and weeks into months. Before he knew it, Izuku was moving the last of the garbage. Bit by bit, Izuku took a step back every single day. The first few days had been the hardest. It seemed like the garbage on the beach would never end. Like the junkyard was growing without him knowing. Then suddenly one day Izuku was startled. First there was a path amongst the junk, but just barely visible was a small road of sand peeking out through the filth. Slowly these paths became entire areas of barren sand. Now, Izuku could gloriously walk past lengths and lengths of the beach and admire its infinite glory. With the last of the garbage collected in the huge garbage bags they brought, Izuku grinned at the sight before him. Here was that vision from all those months ago, the soft sand between his toes. The setting sun dipping into the horizon. The sun a bright, luminous orange and the sky sinking into a dark mauve. Young Midoriya. Izuku instantly turned to face him. Though Izuku wasn't sure if he'd ever get used to having Toshinori-sensei looking over him, the past 6 months had been invaluable to Izuku. "Yeah, Toshinori-sensei?" he asked softly, not wanting to break the ambience. I just wanted to say that I'm very proud of you, Zun, the man said with watery eyes. These past few months you've worked yourself to the bone in addition to whatever schoolwork you've been doing. It takes a lot of courage, strength and discipline to accomplish what you've done these past few months. I'm very impressed. Toshinori-sensei informs him sincerely. Izuku feels his eyes start to burn and before he's sobbing into hands trying desperately to keep his tears at bay. Oh dear. Didn't I tell you to quit being a crybaby? Even as he says this, he's bringing Izuku into a hug, letting him cry into his stomach. Sorry. I'm sorry, sensei, it's just that I'm not going to see you again after this, am I? Izuku asks, sounding every bit as heartbroken as he feels. Won't see you again? What on earth, Dado? I never told you, did I? Toshinori-sensei laughs, leaving Izuku feeling both miserable and confused. Never told me what? That's a secret. Just know that I will see you soon, young Midoriya. And that's a promise. Izuku stares at him, trying to memorize every bit of his role model's face. He consoles himself by remembering everything he went through these paths with All Might's eyes on him, supporting him, pushing him and training him to become the best version of himself he could possibly be. Consoling himself with these memories he nods, drying all his tears. Okay, if you say so. Now, I wanted to make sure you told me you've completed your personal reflection and your essay, yes. Izuku nods. What about that letter of reference? Izuku freezes. Oh, CRP. He had known he had forgotten something, but what with the training and school he had completely forgotten. The entrance exam was tomorrow. Would he have to get his mom to write it as he had feared? Maybe she could pretend to be one of his teachers. Was that identity theft? Just as I thought. Don't worry about it, kid. I've got it under control. Out of nowhere appeared a white envelope, with Izuku's name on it. Is this? He says in pure shock, hands shaking. The envelope is smooth as it reaches his fingers, a pretty red seal far too elegant to even be associated with Izuku firmly keeping it shut. Toshinori-sensei, you did this? That's too much. Toshinori-sensei nods. You're right. It would be too much of you that I had known I was this involved with you. That's why I didn't write it. Do you remember that detective who you spoke to, back when those robbers attacked? Izuku's eyes widened. Vaguely. Toshinori-sensei smiles at him fondly. Honest, I like it. Well, he's a good buddy of mine. When I told him you were applying for you today and I was training you, he took it upon himself to write about how much you impressed him. Izuku couldn't believe what he was hearing. He barely even remembered the guy's name. Congrats, Midoriya. You're so close to getting into U.A. I have no doubts about tomorrow's exam. You'll be just fine. Izuku couldn't help it. He cried again. Seriously, young Midoriya, I worry for you. Now, let me take a picture of your final step. We can compare the results of your training to what you had when you started. Drying his tears, Izuku nods. His t-shirt had long since been flung to the ground. Working out shirtless felt better for his skin. As Toshinori-sensei turns his phone to show him, Izuku is shocked to see the difference. Izuku had been fairly toned before, specifically his lower body. His thighs and calves had to be solid in order to endure his beloved 800m. Hurdles too required a solid base. While his less than stellar swim did help to keep his arms and torso lean, they weren't particularly strong. Now, however, that his arms had almost doubled in size and his shoulders were certainly broader. The well-cut six-pack was also an addition that came as a major shock to him. Honestly, if he hadn't had the same face in both pictures, he wouldn't have even recognized himself. Well, actually even his face looked different. He had freckled more due to more exposure to the sun, and his cheeks were nowhere near as soft. His face was less round and his jaw was sharply chiseled. Whoa! Toshinori nodded, getting slightly misty-eyed. Whoa indeed. Izuku stared at him before crushing him in a hug. Thank you for everything, Toshinori-sensei. I promise, I won't let you down. Before the man could reciprocate, Izuku let go to sit in Saiza, bending forwards and bowing with respect. Izuku wasn't sure if he could fully express his gratitude. Saikurai was the only way he knew how. Once Izuku gets up, Toshinori-sensei rushes to collect him. There was no need for that, my boy. Oh, you're going to make a grown man cry, he says, pulling Izuku into a hug so fierce he thought he was going to be crushed. I can't wait to see what the future has in store for you, young Midoriya. When Izuku awakes that morning with a determined gleam in his eyes, he would do his best today. There was nothing to worry about. He had spent countless hours, days and months preparing himself for this. Then why was there this pit inside his heart? Part of him couldn't completely believe that this was happening. How could this be happening? How could he possibly deserve to be taught by Toshinori-sensei? There were dozens and dozens of applicants to UA. What had he seen in him? What made Izuku different in any regard? In any case, now was not the time to be second-guessing his sensei's choices. He'd have to trust his judgment and pray he could live up to those expectations. In the meantime, he'd better get up and eat breakfast at a decent hour. Today would be a long day, and he had to get going. There was no time to waste. Izuku charged through his tasks at a brisk pace, glancing at his phone as often as possible to make sure he wasn't wasting time. Quickly brushing his teeth and changing into presentable clothes, Izuku all but shoved his breakfast down his throat. Izuku, his mother says suddenly, catching his attention. Huh. I just wanted to say that I'm unbelievably proud of you, son. I know you've been training so hard all this time. And I'm so proud of you. You deserve to go to that school more than anyone, and if the people there don't see that they are the ones losing. Not you. Izuku looked at his mother in shock, completely taken aback. And of course, his mother's eyes were misty, on the verge of the infamous Midoriya meltdown. As soon as he had seen the look on her face, he'd gotten up to hug her. He couldn't handle seeing his mother's tears without a few escaping his own eyes. I love you so much. I know things have been so hard for you. You've never given up, no matter what's happened, and I'm just so proud of you, Izuku. I'll always be so proud of you, his mother weeps, cradling his face near her neck. The way she had when he was just a babe, keeping him close to her scent gland where the calming notes of eucalyptus and lavender would calm all Izuku's worries. It would seem as though that source of comfort and relief would never change. Don't cry. No, now I'm crying too. I love you too. So much. Izuku murmurs, letting his mother's embrace steal away all worries and anxieties. After brushing their tears away, they realize how much time they'd wasted. Izuku rushed to take his backpack with his change of clothes, lunch, his pencil case, and the folder that held all the documents required for his application. Giving his mother one last hug, Izuku departs for the train station. It's a gorgeous day, the sky clear and birds chirping. Izuku took a deep breath. Today was the day. Time seemed to pass at a strange rate. It felt as though the train was slow. The cityscape flying by seemed to go on for hours on end, and Izuku wasn't sure why he was getting worked up again. Surely the ride only seemed to go forever since he was used to biking or walking to school. As more people began to file in, Izuku suddenly longed for the comfort of anyone. His mother, Toshinori-sensei, even Kaken. He desperately wished for a familiar face in this sea of strangers, but for the first time in a while Izuku would truly have to fend for himself without the emotional support. Izuku belatedly recalled something he had learnt when he was small. No matter where you go, you were never truly alone as long as you had someone you cherished deep inside your heart. That even in the loneliest of moments, if you recall someone with whom you love very dearly, that person's very presence in your life would light up one's heart and soul. Despite his love for his mother and his admiration for All Might, this person, for him, could have only ever been Bakugo Katsuki. Even with their falling out all those years ago, it was the image of a younger and nicer Kaken that had lit up his darkest days. Though Kaken could be an insensitive, but he was a beacon of light no matter where he went. So even if middle school had been a lonely, miserable time, the knowledge that his friend was still there trapped in the body of an insecure brat. This idea of a cherished person whose image stayed in your heart was usually someone special. Someone you could not imagine your life without. Someone who touches your soul in a way that marks it forever. While he loved his mother and All Might, truly, Kaken has always meant something a little more. Even being in the guy's presence made him feel vulnerable and raw in a way nothing else could. Sometimes this vulnerability and rawness hurt. It hurt because there was nothing they could really hide from each other, which made secrets and feelings kept under lock and key even more difficult to handle. Nevertheless, Izuku couldn't bring himself to be too upset. He couldn't bring himself to resent Kaken, because for all his flaws, Kaken was still amazing and he really needed to stop thinking like this. He was just setting himself up for heartbreak. It should have been clear to his stupid, fragile, bleeding heart that the moment Kaken told him that he stank, that he disgusted him. Izuku should have known at the very moment that there was no possibility of his childhood friend ever accepting his affections. Kaken may exaggerate the truth, especially when he was frustrated, but he never lied. Kaken was an honest person. If Izuku's very scent repulsed Kaken during his presenting rut, then it was all the more proof of any non-platonic compatibility. Hope was a cruel and fickle entus. For a person as plain as Izuku, hope was the only thing he had to hold on to. This hope made him sick with desperation. Even now it whispered him with sweet lies, telling him Kaken's lingering looks, his comforting touches, and the way he seemed to fluster more easily was because of something more. Izuku knows to some degree that there are other plausible explanations for these events. After all, if there's one thing Izuku's good at, it's mulling things over, and his brain came up with every possibility and explanation there could be. Whether these conclusions hurt him or not were irrelevant. In any case, Izuku shouldn't be letting such a petty distraction keep him from his current mission. Getting into UA. After then, he could take all the time in the world to delight in the husk of his best friend's voice, and now was really not the time. Izuku sighed before taking out his notebook. He needed something more concrete to distract him right now. His notebook detailing many pro-MMA fighters' fighting styles seemed a lot more helpful than thinking about Kaken. Before Izuku knew it, he was at his stop. As he trekked to the school, he couldn't help but gape in awe. There was a huge gate in front of the school, and further back you could see other buildings nearby. Some must be venues and stadiums to conduct all the athletics classes. Some must have been dorms. Get out of the way, nerd. Some of us got places to be, an angry voice grumbled, causing Izuku to jump at the sudden intrusion of his thoughts. Izuku moved away, voice a little caught in his throat. Kaken looked so ready for today, his confidence and very presence palpable in a way Izuku could only hope to achieve. Kaken, good luck, he murmurs, a little in awe. Kaken only looks at him in the eye then, scoffing. I don't need dumb luck. He moves away, continuing on his way into the building. And you don't either, shitty nerd. Grow some ball. On one hand, Izuku appreciates the sentiment. On the other, he didn't even know how to acknowledge the statement. Izuku could feel the nerves get hold of him again. God, he was a mess. Just as he thought this, he found himself tripping, readying himself to fall face first. Like magic, he felt someone's hand clutch at the back of his shirt before pulling him back safely. A pretty cute, bubbly girl grinned at him. The wind carried a breath of sakura and lilac, with something a bit more grounded. Almonds? Or maybe walnuts? The scent was beta like him, that much he could confirm. Sorry about touching you without your permission. Figured it would be bad luck to fall right before the exam, right? The girl says, shyly scratching the back of her neck. Izuku found himself completely out of his depth, unable to respond. His face was burning from embarrassment and he could barely get a word through besides a very shaky, thanks. The girl smiled politely and continued on her way, leaving Izuku a little stunned. He'd never really talked to a girl besides his mom before. He really had come far. As Izuku walked through the doors of U, Izuku walked with newfound confidence and his head held high. No matter what came in their way, Izuku would succeed. There would be no more time to hesitate, not today. The first thing had been to confirm his registration, then submit his application by handing over his folder. After confirming that his registration and documents were all submitted properly, Izuku was free to walk into the atrium. There stood the legendary artist turned actor to radio jockey and talk show host Present Mike. As Izuku took a seat, he couldn't help but mutter in awe. The man has been a legend born from UA's arts program, known for his talent in music and the performing arts. He had heard rumors that he had participated in the screenplay of various movies and musicals though. Oi Deku, Quit your muttering. A hauntingly familiar voice called. Izuku turns in his seat immediately, stunned to his bright red eyes and spiky blonde hair that he had seen so much of. All throughout his childhood. What were the odds that they'd be sitting next to each other? The place was packed, some even choosing to sit on the floor. It seems that fate would always push them together. Izuku was still trying to figure out whether or not this was a good thing or a bad thing. Grinning at Izuku's shocked face, leaning forwards to rest his elbows and the table and place his chin on his palm leaning forward. What nerd? Not gonna back out now, are ya? Kaken's smile was wolfish, as if ready to pounce on Izuku when he least expected it. Izuku huffed. No way. Just surprised we ended up sitting next to each other. Kaken nodded at that. Swhatever. Not like we're gonna be at the same exam venue anyway. Huh. Kaken looked at him like he was stupid. Or clueless. Actually, he looked at him like that a lot. Since we go to the same middle school? It's a way to make sure we won't cheat. Not like we need to, but it's just a precaution. You usually pay attention to shit like this, nerd. What happened? Did you hit your head on the way in here, Deku? Izuku chooses not to make eye contact at that, which immediately sets off his friend's suspicion. I didn't actually hit my head. There was the girl who came and helped right as I was about dash. Kaken scoffs, though his eyes are fond. Of FING course you did. Figures that a nerd like you is a klutz too, he says, ruffling his hair. Kaken. Before the two could continue with their regular shenanigans, Present Mike yelled into his microphone. Good morning, listeners. Welcome to the U.A entrance exam. Up until now has been the easiest part, but from here on you will be put to test. This school isn't for just anybody. Present Mike begins, his spiel and long-winded yet entertaining as it was on the radio. Izuku, for the life of him, hadn't realized he was still fanboying until a random guy with glasses told him off for being disrespectful. Izuku felt a kind of shame overcome him that he hadn't known was possible. Strangely, comfort comes to him in the form of Bakugo Katsuki of all people. What crawled up his butt and died? Izuku tried his best to stifle a laugh, but the grin couldn't stay off his face. Kaken seemed pleased by the reaction before turning to finally pay attention to what Present Mike was saying. Now what a lovely question. That's right, everyone here for the athletics program has been placed in this information presentation. From here all of you will be randomly placed in various places across the campus to conduct your written assessments. Then after your lunch, in which you're free to roam as you please, you will be given time to change as you see fit for your physical assessment. You will be separated based on type of athletics. These being track and field, combat and group sports. How your event coordinators chose to split you up from there will be up to them. All right, that's all we have to cover for now. Please file out in an orderly fashion for your written exam. You're all dismissed. Just as those words were spoken, all the students rushed out. A mass of excitement, nerves, and desperation to prove themselves. Izuku wondered what the rest of the day had in store for him. The written exam had been exactly what Izuku had expected. All in all, he probably shouldn't complain. He had heard a bunch of people in his section scream about how they barely finished on time or had to leave a few questions blank. It truly made him wonder if these candidates were even taking this seriously. Did they not study? How could they possibly think they could get into U.A without putting in that effort? Izuku couldn't understand it for the life of him. For no, that should be the least of his worries. He still had the physical portion of the entrance exam to worry about it. He couldn't afford to be thinking about useless things right now. Izuku had his lunch ready to eat, but to find a place to sit. It was the All Might statue. As one of the most famous alumni of the school, All Might had been recognized by the school for his incredible achievements. Here stood an incredible statue with his likeness, and after seeing pictures online there was no way he'd be sitting anywhere else. The likeness was uncanny, though there were a few things that were off. To start off with, they'd forgot completely to add the crow's feet that lined the man's eyes and figured I'd find you here, nerd. Izuku was a little surprised as to how often Kaken was finding him today. Perhaps he'd be doing it with some sort of purpose? Guess I'm pretty predictable, huh? He grins, nervously. Kaken was here with him. Alone and willingly. Presumingly to eat lunch with him. The thought caused a sudden rush of euphoria to flood through him. Kaken wanted to spend time with him voluntarily. Of course, a dumb fanboy like you would want sit here. Can't say I blame you though. Kaken says, sounding a little exasperated before sitting on the floor next to him. Guess you did okay on the shitty exam then? You don't look like you're about to cry anymore. Izuku pouted at that. That made him sound like a baby. I don't cry that much. Kaken stares at him for only 2 seconds before Izuku caves. I just have overactive tear ducts. I can't help it, it runs in the family, he huffs, puffing up his cheeks in embarrassment. Snorting, Kaken reaches over to pinch his cheek. Can't argue with you there, Auntie cries pretty often too. They banter with each other like that for a few minutes like that as they eat. Talking like this with Kaken came so naturally it was almost like they hadn't avoided each other for almost 3 years. It felt like a few hours had passed in those short few minutes, but Izuku enjoyed it thoroughly. It had been so long since they could just talk casually like this, and Izuku felt truly blessed. Then, as if to wake him up from his dream, his phone vibrated, reminding him to change now to make it in time for the next portion of the exam. Kaken looked over his shoulder and grunted. It's already time, huh? I think I saw the changing room this way. Together they walked past the main building to get to the boys' change room. They changed in relative silence, turning away from each other. Izuku was more than excited to wear the outfit his mother made for him. The school had given them freedom to wear what they wished. He was pretty excited to see how he looked. It took some time to get into, but Izuku was impressed. The teal tri-suit clung to him like a second skin, and he was pretty thankful for Toshinori-sensei's training, or he would have been more self-conscious of it. There were pretty black details along the sides, little black boxes that extended from his ribcage to the hip. Izuku felt better than ever, looking at the fruit of his mother's support for him. You've really been working hard, huh, nerd? Kaken called behind him. Izuku immediately snapped out of it, turning to face his childhood friend. Izuku felt his mouth go dry. Kaken's outfit was also extremely form-fitting. Generally, MMA fights were done without shirts, but it seemed as those for the exam they had allowed. Perhaps, it was because they were still amateurs? In any case, Izuku was somewhat thankful for the decision because he knew he surely wouldn't have been able to handle a shirtless Kaken right now. His gear consisted of black surfer shorts that clung less to his legs than Izuku's outfit but were snug nonetheless. Dark green gloves with orange palms, and a black rash guard that held an orange X across his pectorals. Izuku found himself a little speechless, though it appeared as though Kaken wasn't any better. Feeling a little self-conscious now, Izuku pulled on the DTY fit hoodie he had packed just in case. Kaken frowned thoughtfully and Izuku decided he wasn't going to think too deeply about that. Why you two? We should get going, right? Izuku says after managing to find his voice after a few seconds of silence. This seemed to finally snap the guy out of his daze. Right, he grunted. The two continued to walk in silence, and for once Kaken seemed to be walking behind him. This was the first time he had purposefully done such a thing, and Izuku wondered what he was contemplating so deeply to be lost in thought at a time like this. It was very unlike him. When they finally reached the main building, Izuku realized they would be parting ways. He would be going to the P.E grounds while Kaken would be going to Ground Gamma. They would have to part ways here. Kaken, he says softly, getting Kaken's attention from where he was looking at the ground. Don't lose. Kaken grinned at him sharply, seemingly satisfied by his statement. You too, nerd. And with that they parted ways. As Izuku walked alone, without the silent comfort that Kaken's presence always gave him, Izuku felt panic seize him again. Izuku picked up the pace before he'd talk himself into ditching the exam completely. Izuku recognized a few of the people in this venue. There was the guy that had called him out before. Izuku made sure to stay clear of him, and then there was the girl who helped him. Izuku should go say hi and thank her properly. He hadn't really gotten the chance before, and the girl had seemed friendly enough. Her costume was really cute, a pretty light pink short-sleeved rash guard and black biker shorts. Before Izuku even got the chance, the glasses kid stopped him. The dark-haired guy grabbed him by the collar and started to rant at him like a misbehaving pup. He was unreasonably intimidating for a guy Izuku's age. His state-of-the-art lycra shorts and top with the latest Nike spikes also spoke of a well-off family. Why did this guy have to notice Izuku, off all people? Excuse me, but aren't you the one that disturbed the entire presentation with your rambling? And here you are going to disturb this girl here too. You need to get your priorities straight. We are here to take an exam, not make friends. I'll have you know dash. As the guy continued to scold him, his alpha pheromones grew more strong and intimidating. The heatier notes of leather and cedarwood took on a more burnt smell, flooding his nostrils and making Izuku whimper. Izuku had always been pretty sensitive to scents, and this alpha was making it worse. Hey, knock it off. I think you've told him off enough as it is. Can't you see you're taking it too far? The voice of the nice beta girl from earlier called. The guy stopped abruptly, seeing Izuku's rather pathetic demeanor and releasing him. Oh, sorry. I apologize, I didn't intend to take this so far. The guy says sincerely. Izuku takes a deep breath, and thankfully the beta beside him releases her own calming scent and Izuku recovers quickly. It's fine. You're right, I just got ahead of myself. Sorry. Izuku apologizes quietly, wanting more than anything for this awkward social interaction to be over. As long as you recognize your mistake, I suppose it's fine. The guy shrugs, pausing to look at Izuku's sorry state. His eyes soften before extending his hand. Though this is probably the wrong way to do things, I'm Tenya Ida. Izuku smiles softly at that, still a little intimidated but wanting to put his best foot forward. Midoriya Izuku. And I'm Achiko Uraraka. Nice to meet you guys, the bubbly beta girl grins. The atmosphere now significantly improved. Izuku's about to ask them their respective events when Present Mike yells his greeting. All right, you zygotes. Can I have the long jump, high jump and pole vaulting individuals to the sandbox? Present Mike calls in his booming voice. Then I want to do the discus, javelin and shot put near the red field. Each athlete must participate in each event depending on location. This means long jump individuals must perform high jump and pole vault, and those with the accumulated highest scores will perform better on this exam. Uraraka seems to perk up at that. Oh, that's me. Shot put is my event. I guess I'll see you guys around. Good luck, she tells them cheerfully before running off. Izuku frowns. He hadn't known this exam would be conducted like this. This puts people who specialize in one particular event at a disadvantage. Ida nods, adjusting his glasses at the bridge of his nose. Yes, you are right. As expected, Yari isn't looking for one-trick ponies here. They're looking for general athleticism to see how much we can offer the school. I wonder what that would mean for the combat athletes. Izuku muttered before Present Mike began speaking again. All right. Now can we have the 100M, 400M and 800M students walking towards the track in the middle of the venue? This will also be the location for those of you doing hurdles. Present Mike yelled. That would be me. Ida informed him, starting to move. Wait for me. Izuku called, following after the man. Ida paused, giving ample time to walk by his side. I see, so you'll be joining me for these sprints then? Ida asks curiously as the two stepped onto the bleachers waiting for further instruction. Izuku looked at his feet then. Originally, he had planned to do his 800M. That was what he had told his track friends, that's what he had told his mom, and that was not what Toshinori-sensei told him to do. To set him apart, he needed to take the path less traveled. If Toshinori-sensei thought it was a good idea, and thought he should do it, then he might as well do it. Actually I'm doing hurdles as well. Izuku informed, rather shyly. Ida looked at him curiously. I look forward to competing against you. Izuku could not for the life of him truthfully say the same. He was still intimidated. They were told to run in groups of 5. And with Izuku's luck, of course, he had been placed with Ida. There was another boy, a blonde-haired French guy that also seemed particularly intimidating in their heat. Next to him was a boy with purple hair and sleep-deprived eyes that also seemed like he could stand a chance. Izuku gulped as he took off his hoodie to be placed on the bleacher. With that he got into his lane for the first 100M. His fingertips brushed the earth beneath him and Izuku inhaled and exhaled deeply. As this occurred, the examiners started the countdown and they were off. Before he knew it, Ida swung by, the French kid second and himself in third place. Damn it. He was too distracted by nerves. He had to be better than this. Once again, when it came time for the 400-meter sprint, Izuku inhaled deeply. He could do this. Though he did improve this time around, he was still only second, right behind Ida. This was frustrating, but Izuku couldn't afford to lose his cool now. The next event was his event. He had to dominate it no matter what. By the 800m, Izuku could see that his opponents were losing steam. Izuku couldn't help but grin. His grueling strongman-esque workouts were really paying off. Izuku's endurance was truly through the roof. Just as he had predicted, Izuku had come in first for the 800m. As the other heats took their turn, Izuku was pleased to see that his time for the 800m couldn't be beat. This was great news, and meant he'd be racking up a sufficient amount of scores to pass. I must admit, Midoriya, I really underestimated you. I had assumed you would do poorly considering our first event, but it seems you've only improved the longer we ran. Your endurance and drive are extremely commendable. Ida notes by his side as they wait for further instruction. Ida's scent had finally evened out, perhaps after having an outlet for all his aggression. In fact, his scent was almost comforting now, notes of soy and thyme far more present than before. In fact, Ida was actually smiling warmly at him. Izuku couldn't help but flush at the praise. Thanks for saying that, Ida-kun. I appreciate it, he stutters, returning the smile. Ida looks away. I seem to be a poor judge of character, and I truly do feel about how I treated you earlier. Please know that should fate allow us to meet again, I would be honored to be of acquaintance. At first Izuku's confused by the formal tone, but he smiles nonetheless. I'd like to be friends with you as well, Ida. And just like the sprints come to close. As the next event, hurdles, is starting to be set up, Ida speaks to him again. I was wondering if you'd like me to stay for your next event. I have not much to do after this. Ida asks, trying to gauge his reaction. Perhaps your event will feel a bit easier with a familiar face watching your back. Izuku contemplates this. On one hand, he didn't want to bother Ida, his new friend, but on the other it would be nice. He remembers the lonely feeling of coming to the venue on his own without Kaken by his side, and Izuku feels his decision made. If you don't mind, I'd really appreciate it. Izuku beams. Ida snorts at his response, though the reaction is fond. I wouldn't have offered if I had a problem with that. Once again, Izuku finds himself on the track, inhaling and exhaling more deeply before running the track than after. He ends up performing similarly, though not as bad as last time. He comes in second in both the 100-meter hurdles and the 400-meter hurdles, but comes in first at 800m. Long distance was definitely more his thing. Overall, Izuku knows he's done well enough to pass, but that doesn't guarantee anything. The seed of doubt in his head is firmly rooted and ready to grow. Midoriya, you did brilliantly on that last run there. Ida praises, and it contrasts so completely to their initial introduction that Izuku can't help but laugh. Thanks for saying that, Ida. You're pretty brilliant as well. Izuku replies sweetly as the two make their way to the exit once they're dismissed. For whatever reason, this causes Ida to be a bit flushed. Before Izuku could comment on the development, a bright voice interrupted them. So the two of you are getting along then? That's good to see. Uraraka grins, appearing between the two. Indeed. Midoriya was quite excellent in our events. I have no doubts about our performances. How did you feel about your events, Uraraka-san? Ida inquires, growing Izuku's curiosity as well. My event went really well. I placed first in my own event, shot put, and I came in fourth overall in discus, which is pretty good. My only issue was javelin. I'm pretty average with that. Something about the way you hold the thing has never come all that naturally to me. Anyway, I think I did pretty good, so I'm optimistic as well. Uraraka explains confidently, but not in such a way that grated on anyone's nerves. That's good to hear. Hopefully we'll get to see each other at Yurei. Izuku states happily. The three of them happily chatter as they exist, moving back to the main building so they could head to their respective change rooms. It was cool getting to meet you guys. See you around. Uraraka tells them cheerfully before departing. I'm afraid I'll be saying my goodbye to you for now as well. My brother has come to pick me up. Ida informs him a few moments after. As Izuku changes back into his normal clothes, he can't help but sigh in relief. This never-ending day is finally over. You done yet, nerd? I've been waiting here for almost 20 minutes now, a low voice grumbles. Izuku immediately turns from where he was sitting, only just pulling on his breathes. Kaken. He feels his entire body flush. He hadn't even put on his shirt yet, and Kaken was looking directly at him. Kaken clicks his tongue in annoyance. No need to get your knickers in a twist, it's nothing I haven't seen before. Get a move on before I kick your butt, nerd, I've waited long enough. Sorry, Kaken. Izuku squeaks in embarrassment, shoving his shirt on before slinging his backpack onto his back. As the two walk together to the train station, Izuku can't help the bubble of anticipation that builds in his chest. He was getting closer and closer to his dream, all of which with Kaken by his side. This time last year he wouldn't have believed such a thing to ever happen. Now look at him. Here he was, laughing with his childhood friend as they went home together after a long day of chasing their dreams. And as Kaken recounted how he had beat every single opponent he had today, Izuku couldn't help but wonder if this was the beginning of an era. The one constant in Katsuki's life other than the anger that clings to him like a protective second skin is none other than Deku. If Katsuki had still been 4 years old, this would bother him. Crybaby, useless, Deku? Of all the people that stick by his side, even if it was as a thorn, why did it have to be Deku? When they had first met, Katsuki hadn't thought much of him. Just another extra that would tag along to his cool adventures and games. An extra that was a little more sensitive and frail than the rest, but an extra all the same. It isn't until they start talking about All Might that Katsuki really begins to pay the green-haired boy any attention. Back then, it was a simpler time. Katsuki had still called him Izuku, and he was the only person that might have loved All Might more than him. Katsuki grows closer to Izuku because of this. While all the other extras all liked the superhero well enough, it was only little Izuku who lived and breathed all things All Might that Katsuki could truly relate to. This is why they become closer than the rest of the extras that liked to follow Katsuki around. While they all worshipped the ground he walked on, only Izuku could dare to walk beside him. The two of them used to do everything together. They spent so much time by each other's sides that even their parents had become friends. Katsuki's only problem with Izuku was that he cried a lot. Sometimes they'd watch scary movies and Izuku would jump and cling to Katsuki's side. It annoyed him, but Izuku's stupid tears made it hard for him to stay angry. This begins to expand as they grow older. Izuku has a bleeding heart, and since Katsuki had made the mistake of letting Izuku walk by his side, the runt really thought he had the right to fight Katsuki. This is when Izuku becomes useless Deku. Izuku was supposed to be on his side when Katsuki got into fights, but the older they get the more Deku tries to defy him. Stop, Kaken. Haven't you fought him enough? Leave him alone, he's done. Deku yells, defending some 2-bit extra that was entirely undeserving of his protection. You already won the fight. Can't you see he's given up? Katsuki hates that Deku seems to just help anyone and everyone. He didn't even personally know the guy he was defending. Why was he betraying Katsuki? These thoughts continue to fester when he learns more of secondary genders. His parents are a powerful dynamic, a female alpha and male omega. The two were the most rare combinations there was, and because of this they'd given BRH to a naturally gifted talent like Katsuki. Katsuki had no doubts he would be an alpha too. A great one, seeing as he was kind of pack alpha of all these extras. His pack comprised of mainly alphas and betas, as there weren't too many omegas in their neighborhood. Much less ones their age who'd play with Katsuki's pack. He didn't care though. He didn't need an omega, not when he had Deku. His alpha mother, who was known as AMA, an alpha female. And then there was his omega father, was known as Oppa, an omega father. He called them Ma and Pa for short all his life though. Katsuki's sire had said that she knew she was meant to be with her husband because they leveled each other out. When she was a raging storm, her husband was the soothing cries of a loon. Where she was fervent passion, he was gentle peace. They complemented each other in this way. Most of all, she had said, when she held him he felt like home. At the time Katsuki had found this cheesy and kind of gross. Ugh, that lovey-dovey stuff was not for him. Then, one day when Izuku had cried again and Katsuki was once again trying to console him, he had realized something. Deku smelt like home, like vanilla and fresh laundry. Katsuki only ever felt peace when he was holding Deku. He felt like a moment of calm in Katsuki's anger, and Katsuki believed it then. Deku was his, even if he was only beta. Katsuki swore it. There was nobody else who felt right by his side, and even if there was, Katsuki didn't want to find out. The only one he'd ever really need was Deku, whom he'd protect with everything that he had. After all, frail and useless, Deku needed somebody strong like Katsuki to look after him. All of this was fine. Until it wasn't. It had started off as any regular summer's day in their neighborhood. Katsuki's pack more like extras and Deku were all exploring the forest as usual. This forest was one they had been to many, many times before. Once he and Izuku had run in there to chase after butterflies. One of his most cherished memories. This one was just the opposite. They were just crossing the river they'd crossed many times before. The tree trunk that had been extended was sturdy. The moss that had grown moist from the previous day's rainfall was not. That was all it took. Katsuki, who had been in front of the line, leading his pack in a clean single-file line, had not realized what had happened until it was too late. Deku had slipped and fell off the log, head first onto a rock in the river. His pack had watched in horror as the shiny teal water of the river grew red with Deku's blood. It was only then that Katsuki could bring himself to move. Someone screamed, someone else was going to get their parents and call 911, but all Katsuki could do was run to Izuku. Izuku, who smells like freshly spring and reminds Katsuki of the sun has fallen. He doesn't seem so bright anymore and a more metallic scent saturates the air. Izuku, who was limp in the river, caught between the rock that had smashed his head open and the riverbed. The only blessing in this cursed situation had been the shallow water, not deep enough to let anyone drown. Katsuki still feels like he's drowning though. He feels like he's drowning as he holds his dearest friend's body close to his chest, reassuring himself that despite everything Izuku is still breathing and his heart is still moving. Katsuki feels like he's drowning as the paramedics take him away, and his parents rush to hug and comfort him as though he's the one who's injured. He's drowning the most every single day he visits Deku at that DMN hospital bed. Katsuki grows to hate hospitals because of it. He hates the elevator with its unnaturally cheery music, and he hates the nurses that look at Izuku and him with pity. He hates the machines that Deku's connected to, and he hates that all he can do is sit and wait for Izuku to wake up. To get better. Some days he wonders if he should even bother coming. It's not like Deku would even know, it's not like he'd be awake to see it. Yet, every time this thought pops into his head, he finds himself still asking his parents to visit Deku even if he feels like he's drowning with no way out. The entire experience leaves him angry all day, ready to snap at anyone just looking for an excuse to get rid of it. But when he comes to sit by Izuku's hospital bed, the rage calms. When Katsuki holds him, he feels like home. The hospital room is silent, and instead of rage, all Katsuki can feel is numb. That first month was the worst month of Katsuki's life. The world is bland and disgusting, and the only thing that mattered at that point was seeing Izuku's peaceful, seeing his chest move and knowing he was still breathing, that his heart was still beating. All he could think about was how if he had been faster, maybe he could have caught him. Or if Izuku had been walking beside him instead of all the way at the back of their shitty single-file line, he wouldn't have slipped at all. No matter how many excuses he made, no matter how he tried to twist his memories in his own brain to take the blame away from himself, nothing really helped. Deku was still comatose, stuck in a hospital bed. It was still Katsuki's fault. The frustration, the guilt, and the insecurity began to slowly eat him alive. Most of all, he felt weak. The weakest he's ever been without Izuku tailing him around. Without the brightest sun shining on him with all his admiration and devotion. He was at his weakest and he hated himself for it. His parents were at their wits' end, they wanted to help, but there was nothing they could do. They took him to therapy, they got him stress ball and tried meditation, but the only thing that seemed to truly calm Katsuki was Izuku's scent. Some days Katsuki would take Izuku's cold hand and rub their wrists together when he felt the most volatile. And without fail, It would ease the tension in his shoulders and dull the ache he felt in his chest at the sight of a quiet, barely alive Izuku before him. When Deku wakes up, Katsuki swore to God he'd never leave the idiot alone. He made many promises to himself those days. If Deku woke up, Katsuki would stop fighting all the time like Deku had wanted. He'd stop letting all those stupid extras hang around them. But the most important promises were just two. Two he would live by if Deku would just wake up already. The first being he swore he would never let Izuku be hurt again. Most especially, not under Katsuki's hand. He swore he'd never let Izuku get hurt no matter if it was just a scratch. Katsuki would protect his mate with his life. The second promise he made is that he would never leave Izuku alone. He'd never abandon him, he wouldn't give him up for anything. Katsuki swore that his #1 priority would be to always watch over Izuku, no matter what. So finally, after a full 3 months pass, Izuku finally awakens. Katsuki has never been more thankful for anything in his life. When Katsuki finally greets Izuku alive and happily awake, he doesn't even think. He tackles his friend on his stupid, squeaky hospital bed and refuses to let go. He scents him all over, lets the warmth of his body and the sound of his heartbeat soothe him. Izuku was alive and well, and Katsuki would never have to worry like that ever again. Izuku's a little surprised, laughing at Katsuki's sudden clinginess, though he doesn't complain about it. He hugs his friend just as warmly, and Katsuki knows with all his heart that this is what he wants more than anything. He wants this more than all of Deku's exclusive All Might merch. He wants this more than getting into UA. He might even want this more than surpassing Yagi Toshinori as the #1 MMA fighter in Japan. Just holding Deku like this is all he really needs, Katsuki thinks to himself. As he holds Izuku closer to his heart, Katsuki feels the strongest he's ever been. He wouldn't let his guy go, he'd never let his future mate out of his sight if it was the last thing he did. As the years go by, Izuku seems to notice his clinginess. He must notice that none of the other extras ever come to talk to them anymore. That Katsuki had forsaken his little band of misfits in exchange for more quality time with Deku. Deku seemed to bask in it. He'd smile brighter at Katsuki's lingering touches and reciprocate with equal fervor. Their hands brushing on their way to and back from school, Katsuki's arm made itself home around Deku's shoulders. Katsuki particularly liked pinching Deku's cheeks and watching them burn so red his freckles disappeared. He was whipped. He knew it, his parents knew, and all their classmates knew it too. The only one who didn't was predictably Deku, which was both a blessing and a curse. It didn't matter for now though. As soon as Katsuki presented as Alpha, he'd ask Deku to be his mate as soon as possible. Obviously, they didn't have to mate right away, but Katsuki had heard of promise rings and he had hoped that after his first rut maybe. That was kind of gross. Maybe not. Also, wearing a ring during his MMA fights would mean taking it off for safekeeping, which would be inconvenient. He could maybe put it on a chain and wear it around his neck? Would Deku even like that? Or would it be too reminiscent of an Omega collar? Would Izuku find that disrespectful? He'd seen somewhere that people in alpha-beta relationships didn't like being associated as Omega substitutes, and he didn't want to offend the nerd. Turns out he didn't even have to get that far. Katsuki's 13 years old when he finally presents as Alpha, and it's not at all as he expects. Katsuki's Alpha goes kind of crazy, almost feral. It's a sensation like his childhood rage, but so much stronger, so much more infuriating. He's more than shocked. This isn't how his Alpha mother had explained it at all. She said her first rut made her angrier and more frustrated than usual, but she could control it. She said her gums ached and she had to go home a bit earlier, beat up some pillows, but all in all it had been okay. This did not make any sense because that's not the way it went down for Katsuki at all. Katsuki's head was pounding and he was urging for a fight, urging to sink his teeth into something, urging to find Deku. Deku who could always calm his rage, Deku who always made him feel at home. Deku who was the sweetest and kindest person Katsuki knew, without a doubt could soothe all his frustration just by scratching right behind his ear and playing with his hair as he always did. Deku whose very scent could let Katsuki relax like nothing else could. However, when he turns to face Deku who sits right behind him, Katsuki doesn't feel soothed at all. Deku's scent is not soothing anymore, it's enticing. begging him to come closer and mark him. Mark him all over. Which doesn't make any sense because the only scent that's supposed to make him lose control like this is an omega. That, too, for such an intense reaction it had to be an omega mate. They were not mated yet. Deku wasn't an omega, Katsuki would have scented it on him if he had. Guess his alpha didn't care, he'd seen Deku as his mate for so long that his body just had the urge to claim. Urge to hold, urge to feel. He looked at Deku's stupid pretty, gorgeous face, all he wanted to do was. He couldn't be out of control like this. He couldn't be, Deku was supposed to make him calm. Make him feel safe, and keep Deku safe too. Katsuki had a feeling that if he stayed near Deku any longer he wouldn't be feeling safe at all. Kaken? Kaken, what's wrong? Are you feeling okay? Your scent is all weird and burnt smelling again. Deku frowns, scrunching his nose. God, that cute face. He wanted to just reach over and kiss all his freckles, the ones on his cheeks and down his throat and, oh, if this was getting out of control fast. Deku's scent was effing mouth-watering. He really wanted to get to the source of that and just brush his mouth against it and stop. Katsuki had to ignore Deku or he wouldn't be able to control himself. If there was one thing Katsuki needed in his life it was control. He didn't like this, not one bit. Katsuki walked up to the front of his class and told his teacher as bluntly and quickly as possible. I'm going into my first rut. I'm going home, he told him as he passed, not daring to look back while plugging his nose as best as he could. The teacher, clearly in shock, 13 was still pretty early to present even for an alpha, nodded his consent. Katsuki did his best to walk home quickly but before he could leave the building of course shitty Deku had come running after him. God, his iffy scent. It was driving Katsuki insane and he didn't even know why. Deku was beta. Just beta. Why was his scent bothering Katsuki? Making him lose control. He needed away from iffing Deku who kept coming closer and closer. Go away Deku. Stop following me like a creep, I've had it with you. Deku needs to get the F away from him. Katsuki is out of control, too angry and riled up. He'll do something they aren't ready for if Izuku couldn't move away from him soon. What did I do? Kaken, what's wrong? Does it have something to do with being alp dash? If Izuku acknowledges his alpha, Katsuki knows that he'll lose it completely. Why won't shitty Deku just move away? Why couldn't he just mind his own business? I said get lost. Katsuki snaps, jaw clenching too tight. He's sweating now, more than usual as his aggravated scent fills the air. Even he hates this entire situation and Izuku still won't turn away. He's breathing now, trying to restrain the effort of jumping Deku's very bones. He doesn't want hurt him. Kaken, if you could just tell me what's wrong I'll get out of your hair I promise. Katsuki grows more agitated once he said that. Izuku's never seen him this angry, especially not at him. There's a first time for everything and if Izuku was smarter he'd have seen this coming sooner. Why wouldn't the nerd just listen? Why did he have to be so goddamn stubborn? He approaches Izuku, deathly slow. His fury so thick Izuku could probably almost smell it. Then, with a start, Izuku realized he was. His beloved Kaken had presented as alpha, and this heady smoke-like smell of his pheromones indicated his anger. If Izuku weren't a beta he'd be fighting fight or flight instincts right about now. Katsuki can't FING take it. He's right next to his mate, he just wanted to reach out and ruin him for anyone else. This wasn't the time for it, he knew that. He couldn't possibly mate with Izuku right now, he was too young, too crazed and too out of control. Before all that though, Katsuki knew that Izuku wouldn't have wanted it. Maybe to help him, maybe to be by his side because he was a selfless sacrificial idiot like that, but he wouldn't want it the same way Katsuki would. Not right now, not yet. So, Katsuki had to keep him away until then. Katsuki had to keep him safe, and the only way to keep Deku away from him was to hurt him. Katsuki couldn't lay a finger on Deku right now, even if he wanted to. But, he knew how to keep the idiot away without physical violence. You know what my problem is, nerd? It's you. Eureka. No wonder nobody's been hanging around us lately. You're effing gross. Don't know why I didn't notice sooner. A lie. A blatant honest lie. Deku's scent was just fine, but the way it affected Katsuki right now just wasn't. But he had to keep Deku away, and this was the only way he knew how. The more Katsuki spoke, the more hurt Izuku had become. He watched the hurt in his eyes first and then felt the shift in his scent. For a beta, Deku's scent was so strong in Katsuki's nostrils, and it's the fear in Deku's scent that slowly alters his alpha rage. Mate was upset. This left Katsuki to think a bit clearer, but the anger is still there sitting on his chest. The anger makes him say things he doesn't actually mean. You're a waste of time, I've had enough. If you know what's good for you, do not come near me ever again. Don't talk to me, don't walk beside me again, and for the love of God don't even look at me. Got it, nerd? This slight clarity in his alpha frustration gives him more rage of his own. Why is it that Katsuki had to lose control and Deku could be calm and rational? Why was he the monster? Why was he the one that was constantly hurting Deku when he didn't really mean it? At this point, Katsuki had gripped his collar harshly, pulling Izuku close to his face so he could properly glower at him. So he could properly look at Izuku's face and fill up on his scent. This rut was going to be rough, he already knew, but he needed a good look at Izuku right now. So he could memorize his face and his freckles and the little furrow between his brow. So he could keep this image of Deku in his heart forever, because there was no way their relationship would be the same after this. Izuku let a pathetic whimper begin, his eyes growing wet, but he refused to cry in front of Katsuki like this. It broke Katsuki's heart. He hated hearing that fear and that sadness, hated the way Izuku's scent would falter with it. Him and his alpha agreed he couldn't keep his mate happy in this state. This wasn't his best friend, not anymore. Why yes, Kaken. I get it. Katsuki stares at him a moment longer, trying to read something from his face. There's something there in his eyes. A spark of something Katsuki hopes is love. Is even affection. But dies as soon as Katsuki thinks he's seen it. He's good. Whatever it was, Katsuki dismiss it quickly, turning away from Izuku and going on his way. As he leaves Deku there, all by himself, Katsuki cries the hardest he's ever cried since Deku had awoken. He had seen the way Izuku's lower lip wobbled and saw the crushed look on his face. And it hurt to see it. It hurt to see more than anything Katsuki had ever seen besides Deku in the river. He couldn't do this because Katsuki was weak. Katsuki had been weak the first time he'd let Izuku get hurt, and he was weaker here still. He was so weak he had to hurt the person he loved most to protect him. Katsuki hated his alpha, and hated the way his alpha made him feel about Deku. In his all-consuming rage that just wanted to consume and take everything that Izuku had to offer. Even if he wasn't ready. Katsuki didn't like that one bit. He had to get stronger. He had to be stronger than his alpha, so the next time this happened he wouldn't have to do this again. But Katsuki had to keep Deku away until then. So he'd have to leave Deku to his own devices for now. Let himself get time to regroup before he could let himself near Deku again. Until then he'd have to stay away from him to keep him safe. Even if it hurt them both. Izuku cannot believe he's standing in front of the athletics class 1A door right now. Getting his acceptance letter in the mail had been surreal enough. Realizing that he would be going to his dream school with his closest friend had been even more exciting. There was no need to worry anymore. He'd finally made it into his dream school. Izuku wondered what kind of friends he'd make here, if he'd be able to manage that at all. Inhaling in a steady breath, Izuku pushed on the door to meet his fellow classmates. Izuku was more than a little stunned. In the classroom was Kaken arguing with Izuku's new friend Ida. This was kind of weird. Kaken had his legs extended onto the desk in front of him, his arms crossed underneath his head to demonstrate his level of nonchalance. It appeared as though the taller alpha was lecturing Kaken about proper etiquette at school, how it was disrespectful to their previous senpais of the school, and that Ida had prestigious image to maintain and delinquents like Kaken should fix their behavior before they got into trouble. Kaken! Izuku squeaked, still stunned that he'd be in his class again. Some things would never change. Deku! Kaken exclaims suddenly, to the point he nearly falls off his chair. This seems to distract Ida as well, as he turns to look between the two. Midoriya, you know this fool? Him and Kaken make very long, awkward eye contact. Izuku is aware that they have some semblance of a friendship now, ever since Izuku had saved him. The two of them were almost nearing the level of closeness and intimacy they had before Kaken's presentation as Alpha. Almost because Kaken still hadn't told him why they had parted ways to begin with. Yeah, I do. Kaken and I are childhood friends, he explains quickly, trying not to look at Kaken too long. Childhood friends? I see, that explains the nicknames. Well, the Kaken, could you dash? Don't if they call me that, glasses? Kaken yells, his pheromones getting all smoky as it always does when he gets angry. Well, it's not like you told me your name after I kindly introduced myself, which means you have no excuse to keep calling me that. Also control your scent, you're acting irresponsible. Ida exclaims, righteous anger building in his own gaze and the tightened flex of his jaw. Great, two aggravated alphas. It's a good thing Izuku was used to damage control. Izuku immediately went to Kaken's side, trying to discreetly press his wrist to Kaken's neck, pretending to massage his tense shoulders. Hopefully having his calm scent right at Kaken's scent gland would make the effects quicker. His name's Katsuki Bokogu actually. Please don't call him that, he can barely stand it from me only because he's known me so long. Izuku explains kindly, letting the tips of his fingers dig into the knots in Kaken's back. Seems like he really could use a massage. Izuku watches as the tension slowly eases out of Kaken, and Ida by extension. I see. I apologize then, since I had no way of knowing your name without Midoriya's assistance. In that case, I'd really appreciate it if you don't place your feet on the furniture in any future instances. Ida-kun. Midoriya-kun. It's me, Uraraka. Oh my god, I can't believe we're all in the same class. The bubbly beta grins, blessedly distracting both Ida and Kaken at the same time. While Ida steps away from them, to engage in conversation with Uraraka, Izuku finally manages to get Kaken's attention to himself. Thanks for that. I was a second away from just blasting his butt. God, I was right, he really is a pretentious prick. Kaken grumbled, though he seemed less genuinely sad and more annoyed. Izuku couldn't really contain the smile growing on his face. It was kinda nice having Kaken back. Don't worry, he'll warm up to you eventually. Izuku promised, a crooked giant smile stretching across his face. He really was super happy right now. He was in his dream school with people he actually liked being around. Kaken scowls at that, haughtily putting his chin in the air and grunting. Not all of us are pushovers like you, Deku. I seriously doubt it, the little privileged F, and I won't ever get along. He's too aggressive. Izuku laughed at that, a bright cheery sound he himself hadn't heard in a long time. Kaken seemed equally stunned by his reaction, before a self-satisfied grin grew on his face. Okay, Kaken, whatever you say. Izuku smiled kindly. They chatted idly for a few minutes before Kaken grew a little pensive. Deku, do you mind sitting behind me again? Like old times? He asked somewhat shyly, refusing to make eye contact. If Izuku didn't know any better, he'd actually think Kaken was trying to be cute to get his way. Depends. Can we be friends? Izuku answers softly, feeling a little vulnerable. The hurt from middle school lasted, even if he knew Kaken wasn't like that anymore. A beat of silence. If you want to, then yeah. I'd like that. Kaken replies, equally as tenderly, and for some reason this gives Izuku hope. The way Kaken was looking at him now was so reminiscent of the way he had looked at him for the first time since Izuku's concussion. Like he was at his most vulnerable state. Like he needed Izuku more than he needed anything else. Every time he had seen this emotion, Izuku felt like he was just projecting. There was no way perfect, smart, athletic and cool Katsuki could ever need someone as useless as Deku. That was probably the way Kaken had viewed it anyway. But right now it almost seemed as if Kaken cared for him the same way Izuku cared for him. It was gone as quick as it came. Out of nowhere, a loud thud sounded. And in came a man in a bright yellow and orange sleeping bag, completely worn out and exhausted looking. All right, brats, settle down. Usually I'm supposed to make you all do useless icebreakers, but I figured it would be better for all of you to get to know each other based on ability. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shoyuta Aizawa. Go change into your gym clothes and meet me on the P.E. grounds, the gruff-looking man announced, not looking impressed with any of them. The entire class scatters like mice, determined to not make a bad first impression and changing as quickly as possible. The change room was rather silent, and Izuku couldn't muse to himself about how strange of a first day of school was. He barely knew anyone's names in this class, and they were already expected to show off their abilities. As expected of a school as prestigious and well-acclaimed as Izuku supposed, he shouldn't be too surprised. The bland blue and white uniform were a must, because specialized attire would make certain activities unfair. That being said, Izuku was slightly disappointed he wouldn't get to see Kaken's outfit again, because it was cool. He did not have any ulterior motives, none at all. Once everyone in their class had made it to the grounds, Aizawa-sensei had frog-won his sleeping bag look and instead was dressed in an all-black attire with a white scarf wrapped around his neck. The bags under his eyes were rather large and his shoulder-length black hair was in complete disarray. In addition to all this, he had stubble all over his grumpy and worn-looking face. All in all, he seemed rather unkempt for a teacher, but there was something in the way he stood that commanded respect. Is this everyone? Today the lot of you will be doing a general physical apprehension test. We'll be making this a bit higher stakes. Whoever comes in last for this assessment will be expelled. Aizawa-sensei states, exasperation evident in his tone of voice. The entire class had been kind of excited before, but the atmosphere dropped completely. Izuku himself feels anxiety unfurl itself in his chest, like a raging beast all-consuming. All of that hard work and training could be for nothing if he were to get expelled now. He couldn't let that happen. He wouldn't let that happen. Toshinori-sensei did not work him so hard so he could fail here. He had finally got into his dream school, and there was no way he'd quit now. He's here to stay, and Izuku was determined to prove that to Aizawa-sensei too, no matter how much of a hard-ass he had seemed to be. He just got into UA and Izuku was here to stay. The events were as follows: 50-meter dash, grip strength, standing long jump, repeated side steps, ball throw, distance run, seated toe touch and sit-ups. Izuku felt his anxiety subside. By a lot. This was much easier than what Toshinori-sensei had made him do. Perhaps that entire ordeal had been in place to prepare Izuku to impress Aizawa-sensei, not just to get him into the school. If that was the case, he'd have to thank Toshinori-sensei for his foresight. The 50-meter dash had been dominated by Ida, that French kid Izuku still didn't know the name of, and a peculiar boy Izuku could swear he'd seen before. He had distinctive hair that was dyed split down the middle. Red and white hair, and heterochromia. He was a really pretty boy, his face was very familiar, his name had to be Shoto Todoroki. Kaken exclaimed with a growl at Izuku's side. Oh wow. That was the son of the number 2 MMA fighter Enji Todoroki, though the man went but the moniker Endeavor. He was a very rude man filled with rage, the textbook definition of an aggressive alpha. People didn't like him much, especially with the difference between him and the kind, outgoing number 1 Yagi. Toshinori did very little to help his image. Izuku wasn't the biggest fan of Endeavor. Unlike Toshinori, the man liked to abuse the use of his unpleasant intimidation pheromones in order to win a match, even after his opponent was defeated. It was one thing to use your pheromones in order to make others succumb, but in MMA fights amongst largely pro-alphas it wasn't an uncommon tactic. In any case, Endeavor was not the greatest guy and it always seemed like he carried anger and resentment in his eyes. It appeared his son did the same. Deku, why didn't you beat that fucker? I thought you were supposed to be good at running fast. Kaken huffed next to him, sounding put out. He had done even worse than Izuku, though they had both made the top 10. As long as they remained consistent like that, Izuku was sure they would be fine. Midoriyukuin is better at long distance. I'm sure you'll see when we get to it. For his supposed childhood friend, you don't seem to know a lot about him. Ida points out, casually taking a swing of his water bottle. Izuku watches as Kaken's face darkens, his eyes narrowing and alpha fangs rearing to go. What did you just say, Four Eyes? He moves to grab Ida by the shirt, but before he can even attempt, Izuku moves in between the two to separate them. Again releasing his calming beta scent in hopes the two alphas don't rip each other's heads out. Kaken, leave him alone. You need to stop getting into fights all the time, we're at you out and now there's no time for that. He scolds, pushing both boys away and creating more distance between the two. The further away they were from each other's threatening alpha sense, the better they could control themselves. And Ida, while I appreciate the vote of confidence, please don't assume things about Kaken and I's relationship. Izuku scolds again, this time turning to face Ida with a disapproving glare. Sorry, Midoriya-kun. I will not do so again. Ida apologizes, clearly not used to his own aggressive alpha behavior. It must not happen often with this one, which was good. Ida seemed like the type of person who believed in being respectful and disciplined above all else. He had a good head on his shoulders, he just didn't seem to know how to handle an aggravated Kaken. Which was fair, because even Izuku, who had known him all his life, could not achieve that consistently. Tisich, whatever. I've got better things to do. Izuku noticed that for every event he's consistently make top 10, but never make the top 3. It was very frustrating. The top 3 were consistently monopolized by mainly alphas. Todoroki, Kaken, and a female alpha Mina Ishido. Though there were people who would debunk these, it was usually in their specialized events. For example, in ball throw, Uraraka, whom Izuku remembered excelling at shot put and discus, had beat Kaken very thoroughly. Then in the standing long jump, a girl named Tsuyu Azui had dominated, though Izuku remembered being told she was a swimmer. The grip strength test had a very jacked guy named Mizo Shoji. Izuku had been in the top 10 in all of these, and had even come in as close as 4th in the grip test, but he could never seem to break it. Finally, in the last 3 events, Izuku refused to back down. As soon as he stood on the track for a long distance, he could already feel a rush of victory in his veins. It seemed that Kaken was watching him carefully, waiting for him to slip up. Well, if Kaken was so determined to watch him closely, Izuku was more than ready to give him a show. As soon as the countdown had finished, Izuku felt his feet move before he could even think. Izuku imagined it was All Might waiting for him at the end of this competition. His heart was thudding loudly in his chest, and Izuku could feel his blood rushing through his veins. Izuku had won by a landslide. Aizawa looked at him with something akin to respect. "Not bad, kid," he said with a shrug before waiting for the next person in Izuku's heat. Izuku grinned. "Okay, he'd take it. DMN Deku. Guess you're not so useless anymore, huh?" A familiar voice called, the self-important tone making it abundantly clear who was speaking him. Kaken was grinning, seemingly impressed, trying to wrap his arm around Izuku's shoulders. Izuku felt petulant. Why was Kaken such an butt? Why did his compliments have to be so backhanded? I was never useless. Just took you longer to see that. Izuku huffed, not having it at all. Deku-kun. You were so good out there, I hadn't anticipated that at all. Uraraka called, her smile bright and bubbly. Izuku would have spent more time basking in her praise if it weren't for one thing. Deku-kun. Both Izuku and Kaken ask in unison, though Kaken sounds more angry and Izuku more shocked. Huh? Uraraka asks, more than a little confused. Isn't that the nickname this angry fellow calls you? Izuku feels his face flush, more than a little embarrassed on how to explain it. Uraraka-san, it isn't exactly a nice nickname. It's actually an insult. He calls me Deku because he thinks I'm useless. Izuku tries to explain, his voice getting a little softer and more shaky than it had been all day. God, it's never been like this before. And if it had been, it was too long for Izuku to fully remember. What it felt like to not only be talking to Kaken again on a daily basis, but also actually having friends outside of him. It felt weird. But it also felt good. Uraraka's face falls. Oh, that's not what I thought it meant, like Doriku. To me it had more of a "you can do it" vibe, she explained kindly, scratching the back of her neck in embarrassment. Izuku couldn't help but look at her in awe. So this is what it felt like, having someone supporting you. I have someone believing in you. It brought heat into Izuku's face. This was a good feeling. Oh, well, if that's the case, you can call me that if you like. Izuku accepted, unable to keep the smile off his face. Uraraka beamed. That's great. Hey, do you want me to introduce you to a friend I just made? Her name's Azui, but she's letting me call her Titan. Isn't that cute? The bubbly girl gushed. Izuku nodded, completely taken with the idea of making new friends. It felt so nice to be included, And even better to be valued as someone worth talking to and being around. Izuku refused to take it for granted. This was probably why he didn't feel or notice the jealous red eyes that followed him along the rest of the day. During the rest of the drills, Izuku found himself talking and chatting more than he could ever remember doing before. Not only that, but people seemed to like him too. They liked hearing him mutter, they found it a little weird but looked past it. They thought he was cool, they thought he was nice. They wanted to be Izuku's friend, and honestly he could not ever remember being this happy. Not in a long time. When the results are put up from their evaluation, Izuku can't help but grin. Even if he wasn't in the top 3 yet, he wasn't doing too bad. He has just made it as the 5th best in the class. The first being Shoto Todoroki, second being Kaken, third being an Omega by the name of Momo Yaoyorozu. Fourth was the Alpha Mina Ashido, fifth was himself, sixth was Ida, seventh was someone named Fumikage Tokoyami. Eighth was Mizo Shoji, ninth was Uraraka, and 10th was a plain-looking kid named Mashireo Ajur. In last place was that disgusting beta perv, Mineta Minoru. He was predictably expelled. This year looked like it would be shaping up to be a good one. That night everyone was milling about in their new dorm rooms. Most people only had a few suitcases to unpack but were very particular on the whole setup. Izuku certainly felt like he had to organize things nicely. He had a theme to maintain. First he began with his All Might rug, which sat snugly in the middle of the bedroom. Then were the curtains, pretty red, blue and white. The little stars on them gave it a very American flag motif vibe to his room, but he didn't mind it much since it had All Might's colors. Then came the setup of his desk, which had a sleek black lamp and was lined with some of Izuku's most beloved All Might figurines. There was the pop animation figurine, the soft vinyl figurine, etc. And of course, for this setup he had a dark blue desk chair. Next to this sat his bookshelf, the same tawny brown as his desk. This too held a collection of Izuku's All Might figurines. In addition to this sat a framed picture of All Might, signed by Yagi Toshinori himself. Inside the bookshelf contained a multitude of Izuku's notebooks and journals, all numbered and systematically organized for optimum efficiency. Finally, there were the barren walls of Izuku's room. Each wall was covered completely in an assortment of All Might pictures no matter where you looked. Izuku had acquired quite the collection of posters since he was a kid, and he was not about to let it go to waste. By surrounding himself with the image of the person who inspired him most, Izuku felt like he could get the motivation to live each day to his fullest potential. In comparison to everything else, his closet and bedspread were rather plain. The bed sheets were a pale blue, the quilt had a singular white stripe that stretched across the middle. His closet contained only shirts that said "shirt" on them, a couple hoodies, jeans, sweats, and a few pairs of shorts. Izuku honestly didn't have a particular sense of fashion. He liked wearing the bare minimum. Made his life a little less complicated. Comfortable in his sweats, Izuku was ready to just watch YouTube videos for the next hour and a half before dinner when someone loudly knocks on his door. Tripping over his suitcase of extra All Might merch which he would be forced to stuff in his closet, there wasn't enough room. Izuku opened the door with little grace, almost falling onto the unsuspecting individual. Still an absolute mess, hushity nerd? Kaken grumbles, catching him around the waist before Izuku could fall flat on his face. Izuku's face flushed upon impact, scrambling to put his hands on Kaken's arms and push him away as quickly as possible. Kaken was a lot steadier than he looked, and he looked pretty steady. This information was not helping Izuku's helpless unrequited love at all. Sorry about that, Kaken. Izuku says instead, dusting off imaginary dust from his shoulders and absolutely refusing to make eye contact with his friend. If he did, Izuku was scared of what he'd see. Whatever. I came here to remind you to eat dinner. Aizawa ordered us pizza for successfully completing the first day of school or something. What the F was taking you so long? Kaken demands, and before Izuku could stop him pushes past the door to take a look at Izuku's room. Kaken is standing in the middle of his room with a look in his eyes that somewhat resembles awe. He turns around assessing every wall, as if expecting something to jump out at him. Holy shit, Deku. Never change. I knew you were an obsessive little fanboy, but this really exceeds my expectations. Kaken exclaims, sounding mildly impressed. Izuku feels so embarrassed he could just disappear. He felt his entire body turning red. He never wanted this to happen. To be fair, he hadn't ever imagined Kaken being in his room, but perhaps it wasn't too far-fetched. They'd be living in these dorms together at least for the rest of the year. It shouldn't have been too surprising. Guess he went a little overboard with the All Might stuff, huh? Thanks? I think? Can we just please go get dinner now? Izuku grumbled, puffing out his cheeks in mortification. Having Kaken in his room for any longer would do poor things to his heart, and Izuku really can't handle that right now. Kaken sends him a sheet-eating grin, and Izuku knows it's over him. His friend decides to plop down on his bed instead and lay on his back, sprawled out like a starfish. Nah, I don't think I will. Don't feel like dealing with extras, and your room's pretty nice. Go get dinner for us and we'll eat here. Kaken demanded, kicking off his shoes and then digging his heels into the quilt as if to solidify his stance on the matter. Izuku groaned. Kaken, I'm not even done packing completely and we shouldn't be eating in my bedroom. It's not dash. Does it look like I care? I'm not moving from this spot. Kaken replies, not even glancing at Izuku. Izuku wanted to scream. Interacting with Kaken could be so annoying sometimes. It was always a one-sided conversation. Kaken was too stubborn and tired to listen to any of Izuku's reasonings right now, though. It was probably better to do as he said anyway. It's not like it would kill Izuku to follow his bidding right now. He'd have to pick his battles. Fine. You better be here when I get back. Izuku pouts, stuffing his extra suitcase in his closet before moving to exit the room. Like I'd ever leave you, he hears Kaken mutter, and Izuku couldn't contain his soft smile at the response. Gosh, it was stuff like this that used to make Izuku feel like he had a chance. Kaken would always mutter something incredibly sappy but also very sweet, and Izuku used to swoon before Kaken had presented. He knew though, that if Kaken's alpha really did find his scent repulsive, there was no chance for any sort of romantic relationship. So Izuku had to just accept the fact that Kaken would only see him in a platonic sense. Izuku should just be grateful that he was even willing to be friends with him at all. Izuku felt his chest physically ache and decided he better pick up the pace. Kaken wouldn't wait for him forever. As Izuku approached the communal area, he felt a bit intimidated. It looked like cliques were already starting to form. He watched as Ida, Uraraka, and the swimmer girl Azui were all chatting excitedly about one thing or the other. Uraraka was leaning on Azui's shoulder, showing her something on her phone as Azui laughed at her antics. Ida appeared to be staring at them fondly, while cutting his pizza with a fork and knife. It was strange to see, but the man looked more relaxed and at peace than he had all day, so Izuku decided it was better not to think about it so much. Then Izuku observed the most rambunctious group, who Izuku had noticed earlier on in the day. Their presence just commanded attention. The center of the attention was currently the female alpha Izuku had noted before, Mina Ishido. Her hair was dyed a bright pink which contrasted nicely with her tan skin tone. This, in addition to her brightly patterned clothes, made her hard to ignore. Next to her was a bright-eyed blonde Denki Kaminari. Kaminari was very witty and seemed to constantly look for mischief, but he was friendly and outgoing nonetheless. He had a curious strip of hair dyed black, somewhat reminiscent of a lightning bolt. Interesting personalities indeed. Then there was the other blonde, Yuga Oyama. The French guy, who was a bit of an attention seeker though he seemed pleasant enough. Next to them was the slightly plainer Hanta Siro. Siro seemed to be equally as extroverted as the rest, but he never demanded attention quite as much as the other two. Next him was the extremely buff Rikido Sato, who seemed to have a bottomless stomach. He was really going at it with a bag of Sour Patch Kids. In the same vicinity was Kyokajo, a beta with short dark purple hair who seemed to constantly have her earphones in. Surprisingly enough, she seemed to be happily chatting with the only Omega in their class, Momo Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu was a sweet and very strong tennis player in the class, Izuku had found out. She, alongside Shoto Todoroki, had gotten into Yu'd at A through recommendations alone. Beside the two was the kind of forgettable Toru Hagakure. The girl's presence was almost non-existent, and coupled with being an almost odorless beta did not help at all. Seated on the couches were the more introverted people of the class. The shy and soft-spoken Koji Koda, who had gotten in allegedly for his unique horseback riding. Izuku still wasn't sure if the statement was entirely true but wasn't about to heckle the poor boy for details. Next to him was Fumikage Tokoyami, who was talking to Mizo Shoji in a soft, almost soothing tone. His quiet nature juxtaposes his very heavy metal, almost goth outfit. Finally, laying on his back and scrolling through his phone was Masahiro Ojiro. A pretty normal guy in comparison to all the distinct personalities around him, though Izuku knew not to underestimate him. The man had a black belt in karate, and Izuku respected anyone who had that level of commitment and discipline. The people in his class were all very unique and distinct, but somehow they were all strong and resilient. Izuku supposed to get into a school like you had to be. Despite going over all the different people in his class, Izuku couldn't shake the feeling there were people he was forgetting. Shoto Todoroki had not seemed like the type who wanted to make friends at all, a loner genius type like Kaken probably. That still left one more. Hey, are you just going to stand there all day? Don't be shy, take a slice. I don't think I saw you out of your room since we got here. A bright-eyed, sharp-toothed Ijuru Kirishima asks him, pizza box in hand. Izuku yelps, jumping almost a foot in the air before turning around. Oh, right, thanks. Izuku replies, hoping his returning grin is just as bright as Kirishima's. He takes 2 paper plates off the counter, setting slices from both himself and Kaken. Thanks for that, I got a little distracted. Izuku tells him shyly, feeling his entire face flush a bright red. Izuku had a hard time looking him in the eye, as mid-assessment the man had just taken off his shirt and spent the rest of their assessment that way. Worst of all, Izuku was the type to properly scout the competition, so there was no way Kirishima hadn't caught him staring. Izuku wasn't entirely sure if the guy would confront him on it, but he didn't want to wait around long enough to figure it out. It's no problem. You seem like the shy, nervous type, so I wanted to make sure you didn't go hungry. Kirishima explains, leaning his weight on the counter. Izuku found his eyes assessing the guy's biceps and his cheeks were turning red again. He really needed to stop this. Still, Izuku was touched. This guy was really nice. Thanks. Not really used to being around this many people all the time. I've never had friends before, so this is kind of nerve-wracking. He admits truthfully, after placing the slices evenly and then putting a napkin on each plate. Kirishima frowned at that. Seriously? No way, you're so cute. I'd love to be your friend. Besides, anyone who can deal with Blasting Explode and still live to tell the tale has got to be a really manly person. Izuku's blushing problem really wasn't going to quit today, was it? Cute? Him, Izuku Midoriya, the plainest person in the history of being plain being cute. Izuku would have laughed if he wasn't thoroughly flustered by a hot and nice guy calling him, of all people, cute. Izuku smacked his face in embarrassment, willing his blush to go away. Please don't just say stuff like that, I don't think I can take it, he says frantically, watching as the spiky redhead laughed warmly. Between this guy and Kaken, Izuku was sure he was going to die. See? You're cute. Which reminds me. Not be invasive or anything, but are you and Bakuga dating? That plate's for him, right? Kirishima asks, and this is the final nail in the coffin for Izuku's death. No. It's not like that. Izuku almost screams in complete shock and denial. How could he think that? What on earth possessed the guy to believe that? Kirishima seems to understand his panic and blessedly moves him into a more private hall for this conversation. Oh, okay. I didn't mean to assume anything, it's just you guys looked close. Kirishima hurriedly explains. The beta looked genuinely concerned, and it's this kindness and consideration that allows Izuku to speak his mind. He didn't seem like the type that would judge. I'm pretty sure Kaken doesn't swing that way, we're just childhood friends. Izuku tells him quietly, wringing his fingers anxiously. He'd never really told anyone about this, and it hurt to really say it aloud. Kirishima furrows his eyebrows, looking confused and kind of disbelieving. If you say so, but you never denied having feelings for him yourself. Izuku predictably flushes, realizing he hadn't. But Izuku was no liar and he'd probably made it obvious anyway. There was no point in denying it, so Izuku shrugs. Kirishima looks at him sadly and pats his head. Hey, if you ever need to talk to someone, I'm all ears, okay? It isn't manly to bottle up your emotions. Izuku suddenly finds himself overwhelmed. This guy was so nice and considerate and open and sweet. How could there possibly be human beings like this? Izuku finds himself tackling this near stranger in a hug, though this is quite uncharacteristic of him. But he didn't know how else to demonstrate his thanks. He can't remember the last time someone had been this open and kind with him, besides his own mother. Completely against his own wishes, Izuku finds his eyes watering. Why did he have to cry so easily? Thank you, Kirishima-kun. He stammers brokenly, and this seems to get his attention. Kirishima seemed pretty startled before hugging Izuku just as tightly and patting his back. Don't mention it. You're Midoriya, right? Izuku felt embarrassed all over again. Here he was, not even properly introducing himself, and this guy was already comforting him like the big baby Izuku was. Alright. Sorry for crying all over you, that was a horrible first impression. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Pleased to meet you. Izuku stated, trying to introduce himself in a professional and cooler manner. He extended his hand, hoping for a handshake. Something about the way Kirishima was fondly smiling at him told Izuku it wasn't working. Kirishima laughed, playing along anyway. I'm Aijiro Kirishima, though I guess you knew that already. I hope we can become friends, he cheered sweetly, shaking his hand vigorously. Izuku couldn't help but beam back at him. Kirishima was just so good and nice he couldn't help himself. I think we already are. Izuku tells him truthfully. This causes Kirishima to fluster a bit, looking at him wide-eyed but happy all the same. That's right. Us, pining childhood friends, gotta stick together. Kirishima cheered. This time it was Izuku's turn to grin. Oh, so that's why you're invested. So where's your loud alpha you've been secretly in love with for years and will be stuck living with for the foreseeable future? Izuku teased, lightly punching him in the arm. Instead of laughing like Izuku had predicted, Kirishima's face flushes. You really hit the nail on the head with that one. Kirishima states, slightly embarrassed. This turn of events amuses Izuku greatly and he can't help but tease a little further. Perhaps Kaken's been rubbing off on him. Oh, who's it? They're in there, aren't they? You know my situation, so it's only fair that I know yours. Izuku asks excitedly, curious to see how his own experience mirrors Kirishima's. Two betas who hopelessly long for alphas that seem too grand for them. What a story! Kirishima looks flustered, like he doesn't really want to expose himself, but understands he has to. He seems to contemplate this a moment longer before sighing, a little exhausted. Okay, I'll tell you, but promise me you won't tell anyone, okay? Kirishima asks, extending the pinky on his left hand. For someone who had called Izuku cute, Kirishima was pretty cute himself. Okay. Izuku promised, extending the pinky on his right hand. My childhood crush is Mina Ishido. We went to the same middle school and stuff, and I've admired her since. That's all there is to it. Kirishima explains, shrugging and refusing to make eye contact with Izuku. Izuku swoons. The sweet spiky red-haired beta would look super cute with the wild and energetic alpha. They seem to be wholesome for words. Kirishima-kun, that's so cute. I hope things work out for you. Izuku tells him genuinely. Kirishima shrugs again, though there's a wistful smile on his face. You and me both. In any case, you'd better get that pizza to blast him explode before he throws a hissy fit. It was nice meeting you, Midoriya. Izuku nods, suddenly shocked as he remembered why he was down here in the first place. Oh geez, Kaken was going to kill him. Scrambling to take his pizza slices and get on his way back to Kaken, Kirishima chuckles as he watches Izuku struggle. Thanks for everything, Kirishima-kun. Izuku yells at him over his shoulder as he makes his way to the elevator. No problem, Midoriya. Kirishima calls back. Even though Kaken predictably yells at him once Izuku's back in his room, Izuku couldn't bring himself to possibly regret it. He had an ally now, and somehow knowing there was a friend out there that was struggling the same way, Izuku felt peace. The solidarity gave him strength, and Izuku couldn't wait to make more friends this year. What took you so long anyway? Kaken finally grumbles, biting off a chunk of his pizza slice. Izuku smiled softly. I made a friend I think you'd get along with. Kaken scoffs, swallowing before throwing a scowl in Izuku's direction. I don't need extras hanging around me, nerd. Izuku shook his head, not impressed by his friend's statement in the least. We're not in middle school anymore, Kaken. The people here worked just as hard as us to get here. Even if you don't make your new best friend here, I know you'll at least respect that. Kaken narrows his eyes, not fully believing him but not denying him either. We'll see, he grumbles, turning his face away before changing the topic. Izuku couldn't help the small satisfied smile that curled on his lips. He'd made friends, proven himself in class, and he was eating dinner with Kaken in his room. Life couldn't possibly get better than this. Izuku had been surprised when he had come back to see Katsuki very closely reading his notebooks. It was strange to see him so interested in Izuku's written ramblings, but when he saw the cover of the page he understood why. The paper from the cover was all blotched and crinkled, but Izuku knew exactly what it was. His MMA Fighting 101 notebook. The one Kaken had attempted to destroy. Now here he was gently flipping each page like the book was precious. Ahem. Kaken, I brought us dinner. Setting down the slices of pizza on his desk, Izuku poked Kaken with his foot. Kaken jumped, attempting to hide the notebook and trying to play it off. Where the F were you, shitty nerd? I've been waiting for king ever and Kaken, upon seeing Izuku's unimpressed face, dropped the act. He gently put the notebook out in front of his, grumbling a little bit. It's okay if you want to read it. I know I wrote some stuff in there about your fighting style, feel free to continue reading. Izuku tells him gently, sitting across from him on his bed as Kaken tentatively picks it back up again. Deku, some of these entries are Kaken begins slowly, as if trying to figure out a puzzle. Yeah, from after we stopped talking. I know. I used to go to every single one of your tournaments. Anyway though, just like when we were kids. Izuku reveals softly, refusing to look him in the eye as he says it. You only said you didn't want me in your direct vicinity, and I couldn't really help myself since Kaken's matches are always great to learn from, he says honestly. Izuku figured since his conversation with Kirishima that honesty is the best policy. He wanted to be real with Kaken. Kaken looked strangely heartbroken at that. So even after everything I said to you, you were quietly supporting me from afar, huh? Izuku flushed, shrugging and refusing to meet Kaken's gaze. Deku, can I hold you? Just for a bit? Kaken asked softly, his eyes demure and strangely out of character. Izuku couldn't help the little gasp of shock that escaped his mouth before he scrambles into the space between Kaken's legs. He doesn't even question it, wrapping his arms around Kaken and pressing his face into Kaken's shoulder. Closest to his sweat gland that he can get without pushing any boundaries. Kaken hums, running his hands up and down his back. I am sorry, you know? For all that shit I said. I didn't mean it and you didn't deserve any of it. Kaken apologizes, a barely there thing, and Izuku is more than a little shocked. Kaken never apologized. This was new territory. Izuku moved a bit so he could see Kaken's face and cup it in his hands. It looked like Kaken was holding his breath, waiting for Izuku's forgiveness but not expecting it. As if Izuku was ever able to deny Kaken anything. I've forgiven you a long time ago. I know that there is something still that you're not telling me or omitting. But I also know that you don't lie, and if you're hiding something, it is with reason. Whatever that reason may be, know that I forgive. But you can't do that to me again, okay? There's only so much of that I can take. Izuku breathes, letting his voice tickle Kaken's ears softly when he speaks. Kaken swallows and nods. He opens his mouth, as if ready to say something before closing it and resting his chin atop Izuku's head. I don't deserve you. He mutters softly and Izuku lets the moment wash over him. They sit like that wrapped up in each other, pizza set aside to let the moment soak in. It's only when Kaken's stomach grumbles that Izuku moves away laughing. Kaken doesn't let him move too much and he only just manages bringing both their plates of pizza over. What took you so long anyway? Kaken finally grumbles, biting off a chunk of his pizza slice. Izuku smiled softly. I made a friend I think you'd get along with. Kaken scoffs, swallowing before throwing a scowl in Izuku's direction. I don't need extras hanging around me, nerd. Izuku shook his head, not impressed by his friend's statement in the least. We're not in middle school anymore, Kaken. The people here worked just as hard as us to get here. Even if you don't make your new best friend here, I know you'll at least respect that. Kaken narrows his eyes, not fully believing him but not denying him either. We'll see. He grumbles, turning his face away before changing the topic. The next day of school is overwhelmingly normal in comparison to the first. Izuku supposed he shouldn't be too surprised, even if Yude was special it was still a school. The only significant difference would be their gym class, which would be more personalized to their specific sports and extensions on certain assignments and such, since they would be out of school more often than other students to compete in tournaments and the like. Despite all that, Izuku's schedule seemed pretty normal. PRD 1. Aizawa, Homeroom, General Sciences. PRD 3. World History. PRD 4. English. PRD 5. Physical Education. PRD 6. Japanese. Not bad at all. They had 9:00 curfew on weekdays, and on Saturdays they could stay up as long as they pleased. On weekends and holidays they were allowed off campus, so long as they got guardian permission. This could either be a teacher or parent, though both parties must be made aware. So far, his school day was more or less what he had anticipated. Save for one thing. Izuku was eating lunch in the cafeteria these days. With actual real-life friends. With people who willingly spoke to him, laughed with him, and teased him. Izuku was so grateful. He loved basking in Uraraka's presence, who was the embodiment of warmth and comfort. He quickly got used to Ida's nagging that sounded less condescending now that he was getting to know him and more fond. Then there was Azui, who was kind and sweet if a little blunt. These days Izuku's heart is full. Then the class everyone had been looking forward to the most occurred. Everyone scrambled to change into their real gym clothes, the boys' change room loud and filled with laughter and excitement. This time they were told to change into their specialized gear should they see fit. Izuku was excited to see his classmates in their element. The last time all of them were worried about the threat of being expelled. This time they could properly relax and have fun without fear. Izuku couldn't wait. Are you done changing, Midoriya-kun? The earlier we get there, the more prepared we'll be. Ida asks, snapping Izuku out of his thoughts. Right. Once, Izuku and Ida made it to ground beta, where they would be meeting their gym teacher for the first time. Izuku was curious as to what their teacher would be like. Would they be strict like Aizawa-sensei or chill like Mike-sensei? Guess they'd find out. After all their classmates had finally filed in, another door burst open revealing the last person Izuku would have thought of. Don't worry, I am here. All Might Yagi Tashinori, announced, stunning the entire class completely. Even Kaken and the Todoroki kid looked at him in awe, and they were the most lacking in emotion in most cases. All Might. The class screamed in unison, whilst Izuku's mind was going a mile a minute. This could make a lot of sense actually. Most of their teachers were well-known celebrities in their own right, such as Midnight Sensei, a super cool badass boxer Omega that would use her scent to lower the guard of her opponent and then beat them. All of their teachers were also Yude alumni, so in that regard Tashinori-sensei being here made sense. On top of that, it might explain why he was keen on working Izuku so hard. He was also training to become a good teacher, in his own way. Ah, that's right kids. I'll be your gym teacher this year. Feel free to call me All Might or Tashinori-sensei. Either or I don't mind. Today we'll be playing a rendition of Capture the Flag, only improvised. Tashinori-sensei began, and everyone in the room listened carefully in absolute awe. Seeing as you guys are all in the athletics program, I wanted to make things a bit different. Instead of playing in an outdoor environment, you'll be playing here, in this urban building setup in ground beta. On top of this, we'll be playing a variant of Capture the Flag. One flag, the offensive and defensive team. Both teams are allowed to attack and defend by any means necessary. I've looked into most of your backgrounds and I am aware that all of you have some experience in combat or self-defense. This is for me to evaluate how much each of you already know. As Tashinori-sensei explains, Izuku watches as his fellow classmates get more and more psyched up. He hadn't known that. To think most of their athletics program had experience with physical combat was incredible. Izuku supposed that this was even further proof of the All Might's influence and legacy. Everyone here could fight and definitely well enough to get in to some degree. This game would be no easy feat. The trick was to identify those that were specialized in MMA training and who weren't. This way you would be able to know which opponent was more of a direct threat to fight and which ones to avoid. Depending on these circumstances, an offensive team would have to choose a specific method of attack: direct confrontation or sleuth. The defensive team will have to get tags to place on their bodies in addition to their flag. If the offensive team is able to steal this tag in addition to capturing the flag, they will be awarded double points. Once this tag is stolen, the defensive player cannot compete and is then considered unable to play. Any questions? Toshinori-sensei finished, snapping Izuku back to attention. Ida almost immediately put his hand up. Would the offensive team also have tags to steal? Otherwise it would be a bit unfair, he pointed out, a little put off. Toshinori-sensei smiled. Already really getting into, huh? I like that spirit. I was actually wondering if that would be a good addition. Higher stakes and more fun for the rest of us to watch. What do you all think? Let's have a vote. If you think we should, as Ida here has suggested, please raise your hand. Almost everyone put their hand up. All right. It's been decided then. Everyone please select a card from this box for the decided teams. This will be a random way to select your teams and whether or not you will be offense or defense. We will play this game 2-on-2. Good luck everyone. Izuku, deciding not to lose his nerve, decided to go on first. Looks like he'll be on the offensive team. Izuku looked around for a similar-looking card when he spotted Uraraka. He was already friends with the girl, so it would be easier to work with her. Uraraka-san over here. We have the same card. Izuku yelled excitedly, happy to his friend coming his way. Uraraka beamed, skipping over to him to compare their cards, looking more and more excited. Deku-kun, this is going to be so fun. I'm really glad I'm working together with a friend. I'm sure we'll win. Uraraka cheered, and Izuku found himself mirroring her excitement. What could he say? Her energy was contagious. Though they shouldn't get too excited, they still didn't know who they were up against. As they waited in line to show Toshinori-sensei their team, Izuku's mind buzzed. If they went against someone like Kirishima, who was certainly MMA trained, or Ojiro Mashireo, who was trained in karate, it would be best if they went for something more sneaky and less confrontational. That way they could win without having to battle them head-on. Even if Izuku could theoretically outmaneuver them, their level of experience would allow them to bounce back quickly. Better to get the job done fast, and with Izuku's speed it should work out okay. However, if they ran into someone like Aoyama, the French guy, Izuku was sure he could take that guy down quickly. His very stance proved that his combat abilities were not something he relied on. It would be much easier to take that guy down head-on than waste time sneaking around him. All right everyone. I've put the teams on the board. I'll ask the first teams to start getting ready immediately. As Izuku snapped his eyes to the board, he drew in a huge breath. Oh dear. It looked like he and Uraraka would be facing Kaken and Ida. This was not ideal, but he supposed it could be worse. It could have been Shoto Todoroki and Kaken. That would have been a nightmare to deal with. Oh geez. It's that Kaken of yours. Are you going to be okay for this? Uraraka asks him, pulling Izuku out of his thoughts. In full honesty, Izuku wasn't sure. He and Kaken had just mended their friendship, albeit shakily. He was really scared of losing that, especially since Kaken had apologized. Kaken had almost never done that. It shocked Izuku even now. But he was trying to change for Izuku. He couldn't ignore those efforts. Izuku was just scared that if something went wrong today, they'd be back at square one. Still, even if that were the case, they'd always be friends. No matter what happened, Izuku truly believed that, and that was kind of the problem. Izuku couldn't ask more from his friend. He wouldn't be greedy, he wouldn't be selfish. There was no way Kaken was going to like him like that. His alpha didn't even like Izuku's weak beta scent. For God's sake, there was no way anything more than platonic could ever occur between them. So, Izuku would lock his feelings inside a box and do his very best at Yua. That's all he had left. Yeah. Don't worry about it, Uraraka-san, here's the plan. Izuku took in a deep breath. The buzzer had sounded to indicate the start of the round, and he and Uraraka had to clear at least first 5 meters of the floor as quickly and as quietly as possible. They decided on being sneaky. This fight would be too long and hard against Kaken. They'd waste unnecessary time and they had a time limit. So long as the defensive team could keep them away from their flag, they could win. The problem was that Ida was not as inclined to fight as Kaken. He wasn't the type, and as demonstrated the previous day, the two had completely different views on how to handle any situation. The two bigoted alphas were too stubborn to come to any conclusion, so that could only mean one thing. The two would end up splitting off. Kaken would come out of his territory, looking for a fight from Izuku no doubt, and Ida would prioritize protecting the flag. This would mean both Izuku and Uraraka would have to split off as well. Izuku, who was more trained in self-defense than Uraraka, who had only gone to a summer camp once, which wasn't bad but not ideal, would have to deal with Kaken, and Uraraka would have to steal the flag. This meant something else too. Even if Izuku lost or let his fight drag on, so long as Uraraka could succeed in her mission, they could still win. Izuku just had to distract Kaken long enough before he figured it out. Kaken was smart, but he was hot-headed and easily overcome with rage in any situation. If Izuku could play to that, rile him up a little and draw him further and further away from the flag, their mission could go smoothly. So long as this worked, they really did have a good shot at winning this. Izuku heard loud stomps and aggressive screaming. The noise was still echoey, so he knew the loud alpha was still far away. Quickly turning to Uraraka and holding her by the shoulders, Izuku looked at her deeply in the eyes. That is most definitely Kaken, so we're going to have to split up earlier than expected. You remember what you have to do, right? Sneak in through the vent. I'll make sure to make loud noises with Kaken to throw Ida off and make him feel like we've been caught by Kaken. This will lower his guard, and then once you quietly remove the vent cover, you should be able to grab the flag and crawl back through the vent. Once you've got it, I'll need you bang inside the vent once you reach over our territory, and hit the side 3 times. That's when I'll know you have the flag and we'll secure our win. Izuku reiterates for the nth time, more for his own sake than for Uraraka. She seems to understand this, and just nods enthusiastically. Don't worry, Izuku, your plan is genius. I'll be fine, Ida won't suspect a thing. Uraraka reassures, taking Izuku's hands and giving them a squeeze. Izuku grins grimly. It's not Ida I'm worried about. Kaken's screams were getting louder. Guess this is where we part ways. I'll see you later, Deku-kun. And before Izuku can even think, the beta gives him a quick kiss on the cheek before disappearing. Izuku's face is a bright red, hands softly touching his cheek. What just happened? What? There was no time to think about this now. Kaken was getting closer and closer. Izuku couldn't afford to get distracted. Then again, maybe this was the distraction Izuku had needed. He'd been following after Kaken for so long, hanging by him helplessly, just waiting to be acknowledged, just waiting to be given the time of day by the perfect alpha. Hadn't he waited long enough? Wasn't he supposed to step out of Kaken and All Might's shadow like he promised? It was time to get over Kaken. It should have been clear to him by now that he never had a chance with the blonde. He hated his scent, and no matter what else happened, you couldn't change the way you felt about someone's scent. They usually reflected how you truly felt about them. Izuku was done waiting for Kaken to decide whether or not he was worth it. Not when there were people like Uraraka who seemed to like him just fine. And this when Izuku gains the strength to answer Kaken's calls to fight. Once and for all, Izuku runs from the spot he was hiding, quickly finding Kaken due to his overwhelmingly aggressive scent and loud footsteps. Izuku skids past the last of the distance between them, easily masking his own weak beta scent to poke Kaken's back. The action proves to send a shock of electricity down his finger, and Kaken must feel it too. Izuku quickly recovers, putting on his best game face before smirking at him. Looking for me, Kaken? Izuku asks, grinning at his friend. If you want to fight me, you gotta catch me first. Before the blonde can even respond, Izuku zips away. He zigzags through the pillars of the floor, trying to create more and more distance between Kaken and his flag. By presenting Kaken a competition so boldly, there was no way he would ever deny. By playing into Kaken's very alpha longing of wanting to chase and fight him, he was able to successfully distract him from thinking about Izuku's motives. This is because Kaken fought for the thrill of the fight. It was a very alpha thing to do, and such people would never think twice about motives when the opportunity to prove themselves superior were at play. Get back here, shitty nerd. Stop running away like a loser and fight me. Kaken screamed behind him, and Izuku couldn't help but laugh. Kaken was so easy to fool. He kept up the pace, darting in different directions and giving Kaken a hard time on purpose. If he continued at this pace, Kaken was sure to run out of endurance. No matter how hard he trained in his MMA fighting, there was no way his ability to run would be at par than Izuku's. If they kept this up, Kaken would be sure to lose endurance soon. Once Kaken started to feel the lag of not being able to keep up, he would grow angry. It would frustrate him to think Izuku could be better at him in anything, and then he'll demand to be fought. It would be at that point that Izuku would have to think more critically. Izuku would have to take everything he had observed from Kaken's fighting style and use it against him. That would certainly be more tricky, but for now he would allow Kaken to chase him some more. It also seemed that he seemed to be enjoying the thrill of the chase too, something Izuku enjoyed quite a bit, which made him a bit curious. Kaken wasn't the type of guy who liked chasing after things forever. To see him so focused and determined in getting to Izuku, even though this wasn't the way he generally did things, made Izuku smile. Perhaps Kaken really was changing more than he had been giving him credit for. You can't keep running forever, Deku. Fight me like a man. Kaken screamed, face dripping with sweat. So he really was getting riled up. This meant he was nearing the end of his endurance if he'd resorted to yelling again. Usually, Kaken stayed focused on the task at hand, and only started yelling when he was getting really desperate. This was pretty rare for Kaken during an actual serious fight, and for him to start doing it now wasn't a good sign at all. He needed to give Uraraka more time. They had come up with signals. 1 hit if something was preventing her from getting the flag, 2 hits if she had retrieved the flag and was on her way, and a 3rd hit if she had made it across their territory safely. Izuku had to keep this fight going until that 3rd hit. He'd have to start talking back to prolong this. That's all you got, Kaken? Can't keep up? Izuku taunted, smirking at Kaken in the way he knew riled the alpha up a lot. Predictably, Kaken growled at the insult. A deep thing that seemed to rumble from his chest. It was an oddly pleasant sound that made Izuku's skin tingle. Really starting to get a mouth on ya, huh, Deku? Think that since you're in Udara now, you're the top sheet? Think again. I'm gonna beat your butt here so hard, you won't be able to walk straight for days. Kaken threatened, his rumbling getting a little lower, his stance shifting to a fighting one. Wait, why was he ready to fight? At that very moment, Izuku realized he was cornered. That was no good. On one hand, that means they were the farthest away from Kaken's flag, which meant Kaken couldn't possibly get back to Ida in time. On the other hand, with Izuku being trapped, there was no way for him to help Uraraka either. They would be on their own for good now. Out of nowhere, Izuku heard the 2 thumps Uraraka was to hit. Perfect. She was on her way, and there was very little Ida could do to get it back in time. Either she had somehow managed to take Ida's tag, leaving him indisposed, or she had been able to successfully steal it with Ida noticing. Izuku prayed to God she had put the vent cover back on, because that would buy them more time. In any case, Kaken didn't seem to pay it attention, which Izuku was succeeding so far. He just needed to buy her a little more time. He needed to keep riling Kaken up, needed to keep him distracted for sure. Izuku had no choice, he needed to fight him. I'd like to see you try, Kaken. Bring it. And sure enough, Kaken came at him with his right hook. Izuku couldn't hold back his grin. Kaken always started with that right hook. While he wasn't always predictable with his moves, Izuku could always count on a few things. The first was starting with that right hook. No matter how hard you may try to unlearn something, humans were creatures of habit. There was a certain rhythm in which people fought. Almost like a dance. Izuku had observed Kaken's dance for years and years, even if Kaken may have forgotten about it. This gave Izuku a very great edge. Izuku catches his right hook almost immediately before shoulder tossing him onto the ground. Izuku hears Kaken gasp at the impact, and though Izuku feels slightly guilty about causing his friend pain, he can't help soaking in his friend's shock. It was a difficult thing being able to catch Kaken off guard. Izuku couldn't help but rejoice just a little. Seems like you've been underestimating me, Kaken. Izuku grins playfully, as Kaken gets to his feet huffing in frustration. I'm not your useless, punching bag Deku anymore. Matreku now means, you can do it, he exclaims. Izuku watches Kaken's expression morph, from something mildly irritated and annoyed to something completely Phrygian. It was an ugly expression, one of contempt of self-absorption that disfigured Kaken's normally immaculate face. Izuku realized that Kaken was a less nasty brat now and was starting to become a more angry BSD. Izuku kind of wanted to scream. This was the main problem now, wasn't it? Kaken was usually grumpy and rude, though he held a gold heart. Kaken could be blunt, sometimes insensitive, but he wasn't a bad person. Yet he had some moments like these where his alpha rage was almost feral, and even Izuku, who had known him all his life, wanted to cower. Actually, maybe that was the reason he was cowardly all the more. Izuku could see Kaken at his worst and at his best. Just as his good moments were far above what you'd expect, his bad moments were worse still. Izuku still couldn't dispose of the day Kaken told him to kill himself. He couldn't completely believe his ears. Kaken was mean, but he wasn't usually that cruel. But he could be. Sometimes it seemed like he'd say things with the sole purpose of hurting Izuku, because he knew fully well that it hurt him and he still didn't care. That more than anything hurt the most. That Kaken knew what he was doing, that he knew exactly why and how to hurt him, and he'd do it anyway. That's what SCD most about loving someone like Kaken. He was the best at everything, especially breaking Izuku's heart. Especially tearing Izuku down. It hurt that Kaken knew he had some kind of power over him, and still chose to hurt him every time. Brought back to the current situation, Izuku dodges Kaken's flying kick. Again, another move Kaken used often when he wasn't taking the time to think through his fight. This only happened when he was too far into his rage that he relied solely on instinct. It never seemed to help him turn the tide. Too caught up in his thoughts, Izuku doesn't realize Kaken was going at him with a spinning back fist. There are black spots in front of his eyes, as Izuku fights to see properly again. God, he had been out of it. This had always been a problem for Izuku mid-fight. His old sensei hated him for it, and it seems like Kaken was starting to remember things about Izuku too. If you can do it, why are you spacing out, nerd? If you're not useless, why didn't you see that coming? Kaken snarls, and Izuku wants to cry and throttle him all at once. Izuku finds that he's still kind of dizzy, but Uraraka still hasn't given him the okay. He had to keep going. He had no idea what was going on with Uraraka and Ida, and he prayed to God that things had gone okay. Then, the speaker came crackling alive, blaring Toshinori-sensei's voice. This is a warning to Katsuki Bakugo. Hits to the face here was unnecessary, and if you deal another violent hit like that again you will be disqualified. His voice rang, impossible to ignore. Kaken ignored away, snarling, his fangs protruding. Oh dang, Kaken's alpha was out. This wasn't going to be good news for Izuku. As if to further prove his defiance, he goes again to do the swinging back fist, which Izuku thankfully sidesteps. So instead, Kaken suches into a low kick faster than Izuku's kind of slow brain can process. Izuku loses his balance quickly and leads on his back head first. It makes a horrible noise that gets both boys pausing. Something akin to guilt appears in Kaken's eye for a second, before it disappears as Izuku shakily manages to get up. You don't know how to give up, do you? Can't you just stay down for once? Kaken snarls, angry, and said in a way that was filled with so much ill intent that for a second Izuku couldn't even believe he used to call this guy his best friend. He can't believe he loved such an a-hole. I'm not stay down until it kills me. If I have the power to keep trying, I will. Izuku responds curtly, and at that moment, Uraraka taps the inside of the vent 3 times. This time Kaken seems to hear, and he looks away confused for just a second. That second is all that Izuku needs. Izuku quickly punches Kaken in the ball, just to keep him distracted. The entrance part of the vent was close. If Izuku could just move the vent cover, Uraraka could get out in time. He hears Kaken yell out in pain, but even handicapped with his vision, Izuku is still faster than him. Izuku skids to a halt when he reaches the vent cover and pulls it off, tapping the vent thrice to indicate the final message. Getting out as fast as possible, Izuku hears Kaken's labored breathing and knows that he needs to keep Kaken away from the vent entrance a moment longer. At that moment, Izuku could barely think. His ears were ringing too loudly for him to even hear his own thoughts, and he really didn't want to deal with this right now. So he throws away the vent cover and rushes at Kaken full throttle. He headbutts him right in the stomach. The impact is harder than what Izuku had initially anticipated, but in addition to his previous injury, he's not surprised about the pain it deals him at all. Izuku hears Uraraka cheerfully yell about their victory and the buzzer sounding to finalize the claim. The last thing that Izuku gets to witness is the horrified face of Kaken before him as his vision fades to black. When Izuku comes to it later that day, he has the strong urge to vomit. His vision is still a little blurry, and he feels like he got run over by a car, but all in all it could be worse. He groans, stretching out his arms as far as he can extend them before an unfamiliar voice calls to him. "Ah, so the problem child is finally awake?" The voice comes from an old woman, rather short in stature and kind eyes. Though the set of her mouth seemed rather unimpressed at the moment, maybe even disappointed. Why was she already disappointed in him? He hadn't even done anything yet. Sorry, what? Where am I?" Izuku asks instead, not wanting to offend the woman further. Izuku moves to get up, but his vision gets kind of warped and he cries out a bit. He clutches his head, fingers digging into his scalp trying to get his bearings before he feels a rather large bump on his head. The old woman clucked her tongue, moving towards him and helping him sit up straight again. "You're currently in the infirmary after sustaining a mild concussion from your gym class. This, in addition to dehydration, caused you to pass out for the rest of the day. Though I wouldn't recommend it, you might be able to catch the last few minutes of the last PRD if you want," the woman explains with a sigh. She hands Izuku a glass of water and some vitamin gummies before continuing. Thank you so much, Mrs.?" Izuku asks, downing the glass of water and accepting the gummies with his other hand. For the first time since their encounter, the old woman smiles warmly. "At least you've got manners. I supposed you'd call me Chio-sensei, but everyone here calls me Recovery Girl, so it'd be for the best if you did the same," she explains gently. "Thank you, Recovery Girl. Can I go back to class now?" Izuku asks, more than a little anxious in realizing he had missed classes today. He was already falling behind and it was only the first day. "In just a moment. What on earth were you thinking when you went in for that headbutt?" "Your incompetent Tashinori-sensei showed me the playback and I was absolutely shocked. You already hit your head and what do? Hit your head again? What were you thinking, child?" Recovery Girl scolded, arms crossed over her chest. This was giving Izuku major flashbacks to his own mother scolding him for being reckless as a child during his MMA fighting phase. Izuku was more than a little embarrassed at his careless behavior. Sorry, I wasn't really thinking at all. My brain was too foggy, so I was kind of just fighting on instinct at that point," Izuku explained, rubbing the back of his neck anxiously. He couldn't even look the nurse in the eye in shame. He was such a mess. Recovery Girl's eyes soften and she pats Izuku consolingly on the head. This causes Izuku to preen. He's always loved head pats. They made him feel warm and safe and happy. It was a good feeling. "You remind me a lot of Tashinori when he was a pup. Always reckless, moving before he could even think. It's the mark of an impressive person, but at a hefty cost. You're still so young, and if you keep getting concussions like this you won't be allowed to play any sport. Please be careful, young man." Izuku nods, bowing at his elder before sending her a bright smile. "Thank you for taking care of me." Izuku cheers as the old woman laughs at his antics. "I better not see you back here again anytime soon." Recovery Girls calls as Izuku leaves, and Izuku grins at her. No promises, he whispers to himself as he runs to class hoping he can at least get a few notes in. Unfortunately, by the time Izuku makes it into class, people have slowly started filing out. Izuku can't help but pout. He really slept almost half the day away after gym. And he'd missed Japanese literature too. He was pretty good in that class. Despite this, Izuku is immediately greeted by many of his classmates, some of which he had never spoken to before. "You were awesome out there, Midoriya." Kaminari cheers, the beta grinning as he runs up to speak to Izuku. Kirishima playfully shoves him away, yelling something along the lines of, "Don't hog him all to yourself," before turning to face Izuku himself. "You are really manly, Midoriya. That Bakugo can be a real but you guys won anyway." Kirishima cheered, swinging an arm around his shoulders. Izuku couldn't help the grin that stretched across his face. He wasn't used to getting this much attention, or these many compliments. Indeed, the execution could have been improved upon, but I must applaud you for your efforts. Tokoyami states, looking at him in a mildly impressed manner. Yeah, this is more attention and praise than Izuku could take. He looked around the room, trying to distract himself before he noticed something. While his entire class was there, someone was missing. Izuku felt his blood freeze. Kaken. The person who wasn't here was Kaken. Izuku looks at Uraraka and it seems she already knows what he's about to ask. There's something mildly disappointed in her eyes, but the look passes as quickly as it came. Bakugo left a while ago. He's been kind of pissy all day, he should be on his way to the dorms, Uraraka tells him quickly, and Izuku doesn't even think about it twice. He's chasing after the alpha as he always had. The sun is setting now, a testament of how much later in the day it truly was. The sky was a pretty yellow, orange and deep red. The same heated red that Kaken's eyes were when he was overcome with anger, frustration, affection and sadness. Izuku could take a guess as to what he was feeling right now. Kaken! Izuku calls, an aching feeling in his chest. This same situation has happened before. An alpha looking away from him, overcome with emotions, Izuku wasn't privy to refusing to even look at him. As if no matter how long Izuku would chase after him, he'd never truly be able to walk by his side. To Izuku's relief, Kaken doesn't in fact turn around, and for a second Izuku takes comfort in that Kaken will always look him in the eye. That Kaken would always know that Izuku was looking after him, even when he didn't want it. Especially if he didn't want it. This relief decapitates in a second, because Kaken's scent is dense and overbearing. The smoky smell of amber and gunpowder was clouding the generally sweet caramel and cinnamon top notes. The gunpowder was overwhelming now, the way it only ever got when Kaken was truly upset. Kaken got angry easily, but it was easy to pick out the spike of amber that indicates surface-level irritation. Not like this. Not this strong frustration at life itself, present in the way the gunpowder heart notes seemed to completely take over his scent. The only other time Izuku remembered his scent acting like this was when he had presented. That fateful that caused the strain in their relationship for so long. It seemed that chasing Kaken would only leave them running in circles. He knew this because he watched before his very eyes a repeat of that dreaded day that broke Izuku's heart. Why? Why the F, is it always you? Why do I have to lose to you of all people? Why couldn't you just stay weak and useless and out of my hair? I can't deal with you. Kaken screams, and God does it hurt to hear him say all of that. It isn't new though. Izuku's heard this all before. He knows this how Kaken truly feels about him, and it hurts the way a wound is opened again. Numbed to the full effect of the pain but leaving an awful stinging sensation nonetheless. Kaken, Izuku breathes, he wants to be of comfort. He wants to ease Kaken's pain but he knows he'll only make it worse. You had to come for me because that shitty criminal, and now I lose to you in that stupid game. Why is it always you? What is it about you that makes me this weak? Kaken demands, and Izuku watches as tears run down his face unbidden. It hurts to watch Kaken cry like this. It hurts to see the strongest person Izuku has ever known become so vulnerable before him. It hurts most to know that the source of Kaken's sorrow had always been Izuku. Izuku wants to apologize, wants to hold Kaken the way Kaken always held him when he was overwhelmed. But that would only make this situation worse, and would only wound Kaken's alpha pride. For once, Izuku finds himself without a single word to say in retaliation. God, but it's not just you who has to be worried about. That half-and-half motherfucker was all cool and composed, and took everyone down without breaking a sweat. Then that ponytail girl started going over all the reasons we were doomed to fail and I found myself unwillingly agreeing with her. Why? MMA fighting is my thing, I'm supposed to be the best in the class. So why? Why did I lose? Kaken ranted, demanding, but it no longer sounded like he was talking to Izuku anymore. It sounded like he was berating himself. Izuku didn't know what to do. He'd never seen Kaken like this, never seen him this distraught. And as if ripped straight out of a comic book appeared All Might in all his glory. "Young Bakugo," All Might says gently. Kaken stiffens, his back going unnaturally straight. He wiped his tears away quickly, trying not to make sustained eye contact with their role model. After all, the only person who admired All Might and Yagi Toshinori's fights as much as Izuku had was Kaken. "Young Bakugo, you are a very talented young man. I watched as you took down every opponent in your entrance exam tournament. When it comes to raw strength and power, you have it spades. It is because of your own efforts and dedication that you got to such a state, and you should be very proud." Toshinori-sensei tells him sincerely. Izuku watches in awe as Kaken's face flushes as he looks away from All Might. Much to both of their amazement, he wasn't done. "Bakugo, you are an extremely capable young man. I have no doubts you will one day surpass me. But before doing so, you must recognize that there are elements in any sport beyond raw power. It would do you well to remember this in other aspects of life as well." Toshinori-sensei continues, pointedly looking at Izuku as he says this, but moving on quickly. "You are extremely strong, young Bakugo. It is with this strength that you must face mistakes that you have made. Doing this does not make you weak, but will make you stronger in the future. There is strength in recognizing your own faults and doing your best to fix them. And you're already halfway there." Toshinori-sensei explained, jovially, and Izuku was more than a bit taken aback. How was his role model this perfect? How did he always know how to say the right thing at the right time? This man didn't even know Kaken as long as Izuku had, but he had somehow managed to figure him out better than Izuku himself. That kind of hurt, actually. Izuku had known Kaken all his life, but he couldn't think of a single thing to say in response. And here was All Might, telling him exactly what he needed to hear in a way that would make Kaken actually listen to him. Kaken inhaled deeply, collecting himself before finally looking Toshinori-sensei in the eye. "Thanks," was all he said, bowing politely before turning on his heel and walking away. Short, curt, but sincere. And Izuku had just stood the side, watching the entire thing go down without contributing at all. As useless as always. He'd watched his supposed love break down before his eyes and did absolutely nothing to stop it. Izuku should have known better. He was always going to be useless Deku to Katsuki, and it would do them both some good if they stayed away from each other. No matter how much that broke Izuku's heart, it was plain to see that Izuku clearly brought out the worst in Katsuki. It was for the better that they kept their distance. "Young Midoriya, I've been meaning to talk with you, but I hadn't really gotten the chance until now." Toshinori-sensei exclaimed, pulling Izuku out of his thoughts. There was no point in dwelling on a lost cause. He would only cause Kaken grief and turmoil. It was time he looked ahead and chased something else. Someone else. "First, I would like to congratulate you on getting in. I wanted to contact you earlier, but I thought I could surprise you in person instead." He grinned, and though Izuku didn't feel it, completely grinned in return. "You really did. I can't believe you'll be teaching at UDATA now. Guess it's not too much of a surprise after you taught me," Izuku exclaimed, hoping he was matching his enthusiastic teacher's energy. Toshinori-sensei seemed to buy it, which was good enough for him. "That's right. Just as I was helping you train to become a student, you were helping me train to become a teacher. It was a mutually beneficial exchange. But in any case, that's not why I came after you to talk about." Toshinori-sensei smiled slightly, leaving his face taking on a more serious tone. "Oh?" Izuku asked, concerned. And suddenly, like someone was deflating a balloon, Izuku watched his mentor decrease in size. From an extremely muscular and well-built young man to a scrawny, barely bones, almost sick-looking old man. Izuku was in shock. "Toshinori-sensei, what is this?" he demanded. His teacher smiled sadly, looking at Izuku before looking at his own hands. "As you know, all athletes must retire one day. I've been on the verge of it after a lethal fight that sent me to the hospital." Toshinori-sensei explained, as Izuku's mind was running a mile a minute trying to find a possible explanation. Izuku suddenly remembered. Why your fight against toxic chainsaw? Toshinori-sensei nodded sadly. At that point, I had suffered multiple severe concussions and many fractures as well as a number of other serious injuries. All of this, in addition to overworking myself, has made my condition much worse. I hate to say it, but it's only a matter of time before I retire. The problem is that I've involved myself with a lot of police work and come across lots of criminal activity. So if news gets out of my condition, Toshinori-sensei explained, but didn't have to finish. Izuku could already guess. You could be grave danger. Izuku finished, eyes going wide. His role model would have to give up his title soon. He really was in no condition to be getting in many more fights. Considering how old he was, Izuku supposed he had a long run as an athlete. That still didn't lessen the blow of hearing this from the man himself. That's right. You may know this, but UDA has some of the best security in the country. With so many famous individuals in the same spot, it has to be. Principal Nizu is actually a friend of mine, and he offered me a teaching position in exchange for security. Toshinori-sensei informs him. Why are you telling me this? Izuku asked, a little stunned at this information overload. This was so much to process, Izuku wasn't sure what was happening anymore. Toshinori-sensei looked at him wistfully. That's a good question. I don't really know. Maybe it's because I trained you for so long and I get emotionally attached easily. Or maybe it's because you remind me of myself when I was your age. Or maybe it's that awful concussion of yours that's making me wary. Izuku stares at his role model in awe. You're a good kid, young Midoriya. You're smart and perceptive, hardworking, kind and selfless. All good qualities. But I worry about that recklessness, kid, I really do. You gave me a heart attack with that headbutt of yours. What I'm trying to say here is that I don't want you to make the same mistakes I did, he says gently, patting Izuku on the head. Izuku loved head pats. Izuku nods as his mentor continues to speak. I wasn't careful when I was younger. That's what got me here, and I see that in you. So I'll be watching you, Izuku. As your mentor and teacher, I'll make sure you won't make those same mistakes. His teacher finished, smiling down at Izuku. Izuku hugged his mentor as soon as he finished. Izuku was really at a loss for words right now. He'd lost one beacon of light, but he'd found another today. I won't let you down, All Might. As Izuku readies himself for school, it is with a heavy heart. Somehow, in just a few days, Izuku had gone from being Kaken's best friend again, to being completely shut out. Izuku couldn't believe how quickly things could change just in the course of the day. To be honest, he had cried himself to sleep last night mourning the loss of their friendship. It was now properly solidified for Izuku, they could never really be best friends again. If after every opportunity Kaken would push him away, there was no way they'd ever find peace. Besides, Kaken didn't even respect him as an equal. There was no way they could have any sort of relationship if Kaken didn't even see him as someone worth respecting. So, Izuku would have to get over it. Izuku thought he had a long time ago, but then suddenly Kaken was holding him as he cried in panic. Kaken was asking him about his dreams. Izuku could still vividly remember his heartbroken face when he had thought Izuku was giving up on MMA fighting because of him. He had genuinely looked hurt. That's always what confused him the most. Kaken always said he never cared, but his actions proved otherwise. The reality had always been that Kaken's actions proved more than words. Then why did Kaken always push Izuku away if he still cares about him? Izuku doesn't know. There's no point in dwelling more about this situation. Kaken had made it plenty clear. Izuku made him the worst version of himself. Kaken was going to avoid him for as long as necessary. Izuku shouldn't hurt him. Even if Kaken always did. Izuku was going to have to be more mature in this situation. He couldn't afford to act out. Besides, he wasn't in junior high anymore. Izuku had friends here, and for now that would have to be enough. I have to say, Midoriya-kun, your strategy was excellent yesterday. Uraraka-san told me all about it. You're an incredible judge of character, and the way you planned out your actions so immaculately really played off. Ida praised, his hands chopping the air violently. Izuku laughs it off, hoping Ida will let the subject go. He doesn't. I'd say you've got a good head on your shoulders, if it weren't for that headbutt of yours. Izuku winced. Was that a pun? He wasn't entirely sure. In any case, despite being reckless, you've definitely earned my respect. Ida finished with a grin, ruffling his hair as the two of them made their way into the classroom. Hey, I had a concussion. I couldn't really think properly at the time. Izuku exclaimed, trying to defend himself. Maybe it sounded like he was making excuses, but it was the truth. He hadn't purposefully tried splitting his head open, he couldn't even think straight at the time. Ida paused, frowning. You have a concussion? Why didn't you say so earlier? Should you even be in class then? He quickly let go of his hair, as if messing his hair up a bit would weaken him further. Izuku kind of wanted to laugh from the quick shift in mood, but he could see the genuine concern in his friend's eyes. It made Izuku a little happy that he was being cared for by his friend. It's a good feeling to have, and Izuku wanted to keep that feeling in his heart. The nurse said that it was only a mild concussion, so I'd be good to go today. Though I'm banned from participating in the gym for the rest of the week. Izuku explains, grinning up at his friend. Ida looks a little dissatisfied but nods nonetheless. Alright if you say so. In any case, I hope you'll prioritize your health next time, Midoriya. Your well-being matters more than anything else. Ida tells him, hand on his shoulder to further prove his sincerity. Yes, Ida. I'll keep it in mind. Deku-kun. Uraraka cheers, unexpectedly giving Izuku a back hug. Izuku flushes, still unused to being touched by a girl despite Uraraka's overly affectionate nature. It would probably take him some time to get used to, but for now he'd soak up the attention. He was a little touch-starved, and her scent was extremely comforting. Move out of the way, you effing extras. Kaken snapped, his alpha scent bristling with irritation. Even his teeth seemed sharper than usual, bordering on feral. This was like middle school all over again, and Izuku hated it. Did Kaken decide that he hated Izuku again that much? Was that all it took? One bad day and they weren't only no longer friends, but just Izuku's presence was enough to set him off? In a way, this was worse than middle school. At least then Kaken had ignored him for the most part. Uraraka moved away, though she looked less threatened than Izuku personally felt. What's your problem, Bakugo? You've been all feral since yesterday. Are you a sore loser? She asks, with bravery Izuku could not phantom possessing himself. Izuku had to give it to her, the girl had guts. Kaken growled, visibly bristling at the shot at his pride. Don't stick your nose in things you don't understand, round face. Uraraka seemed to grow angrier at this, bristling herself. If Izuku hadn't known her to be beta, Izuku would think her to be alpha with the way her pheromones thickened in her anger. The aggression was very clear, as if she were ready to fight Kaken right at that very moment. Maybe stop being such an butt and I wouldn't have to put you in your place. Uraraka snapped, almost getting into Kaken's space, and Izuku could feel the spike in his angry pheromones. It was furious and lethal. Izuku had thought his upset, wounded ego scent was hard to deal with, but this was much, much worse. Izuku couldn't help but whimper, shutting his eyes and balling his fists. The angry scents were getting to him, and all he wanted to do was soothe to calm the angry pheromones and quell them with his own, but his weak, almost odorless beta scent couldn't do a thing against these two. This seemed to snap Ida's attention, who quickly let out his own calming scent, rushing to calm his disturbed friend. This caused both Uraraka and Kaken to stop immediately, apparently aware of Izuku's distress. Both of you, stop at this instant. Midoriya-kun sustained a concussion yesterday, and he doesn't need your angry sense bothering him on top of all that. Both of you are UDATA students, and should know better than to act like uncivilized immature pups in a feral rage. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Ida scolded, as he continued to calm Izuku down with his scent. Izuku let his soy and thyme scent wrap around him like a hug. There were other notes there, parchment paper and a spike in worn leather as he scolded them. Overall though, his scent was soothing and protective, especially in contrast to Kaken's furious gunpowder and Uraraka's roasted almonds. Oh, sorry Deku-kun. I didn't know. Uraraka apologized, almost instantly as she rushed to place her own soothing scent around Izuku's wrist. Soft cherry blossom and rosemary. Gentle, a little too sweet, but nonetheless calming. Nobody told me anything. Kaken grumbled, but he reluctantly backed off, sitting on his seat in front of Izuku and dampening his scent. There was still something unpleasant in his scent, but it was much more subtle and less in his face. Izuku supposed that was the best they were going to get. Eventually, Ida and Uraraka began chatting again as Izuku listened quietly. Izuku really liked being surrounded by their calming scent. It made him feel safe and secure. Friends. Izuku was truly thankful for them. As Izuku thanks them, they both laugh and dismiss their help as though it's nothing. Yet, for Izuku it meant everything. Finally, after everyone filed in, Aizawa-sensei called for their attention. Alright, everyone. Today we'll be selecting our class representatives. Each of you will get a slip of paper, and for anyone who gets the most votes they will become class president and vice class president, he informed lazily, before crawling back into his sleeping bag. What a weird guy. Everyone in their class started talking again, and Izuku sighed. Everyone would be writing their own name at this point, as nobody had really gotten the chance to know anyone else's character at this point in time. Izuku kind of felt like it was a waste of time to be doing this early on in the year. He felt a little self-absorbed putting in his own name. Well, to Izuku's absolute shock, he found himself with the most votes. 2 people had voted for him. He had 3 points total. What the heck? He wasn't qualified to do anything, much less become class representative. The person who came in second was Momo Yaoyorozu, who actually made sense. She was smart, perceptive, and incredibly sweet. She wasn't afraid to give her thoughts, and she had a quiet but very present strength in the way she carried herself. All good things that made her an excellent candidate. Izuku could not relate at all. The only person who seemed more shocked than him by this was Bakugu, who bristled angrily. It was nowhere near the amount of aggression he had directed at Uraraka, but just smelling it off of him at this distance was too much for Izuku to handle. Uraraka was strong beta. Further proof of more capable people than Izuku. How did shitty Deku come first? Are we even talking about the same person? Kaken seethed pettily, though it didn't look like anyone was paying him any mind. Oh, looks like the big bad alpha's about to go feral again. Kaminari snorted offhandedly, and Izuku froze in his seat. What was happening today? Had he missed something? All these people were talking back to Kaken. Wow, Yudata truly was something else, huh? Of course all the other betas here would be unaffected. In fact, Yaoyorozu, an Omega, seemed completely indifferent to Kaken's scent. Was Izuku just defective or something? Why was he so sensitive to Kaken's scent? Surprisingly, it seemed the comment about Kaken going ferally brought him back, his scent completely dampened except for mild annoyance. As if I'd give you extras any more reason to be annoying. Kaken grumbled. Well, that settles. Looks like Midoriya and Yaoyorozu will be your class president and vice class president. Congratulations. Aizawa-sensei stated before the bell rang. Izuku found himself a little stunned the rest of the day. Dazed even during lunch. What even was life right now? Nobody even batted an eye, nobody had second-guessed Izuku's ability to lead. What was up with that? Midoriya-kun, are you alright? You've been awfully quiet today. Is it your concussion? Ida asked in a worried manner. Izuku allowed himself to take in Ida's warm and protective alpha scent. Izuku used to think alpha scents were too intense, but maybe it was just Kaken. Yeah, I'm fine. It's not the concussion, I just thought I'm a little shocked at being given the position. Aren't there people more qualified than me? Izuku asked, finally deciding on speaking his mind. Remembering his conversation with Kirishima, he knew it would be for the best. It was okay to rely on your friends. It's what they are for. Ida smiled at him kindly, ruffling his hair. Oh, is that all? Don't worry, Midoriya-kun, you've proved to have excellent judgment under pressure. You'll be just fine. That's why I voted for you, he reassured before going back to his food. You voted for me. But I thought you'd want a position like that. Izuku demanded, more than a little shocked. Yeah, Ida, I have to say I'm pretty surprised. You seem like the type who likes organizing events and keeping order. Uraraka asked, openly curious. She was fierce and as genuine as a puppy. Izuku was happy to have a friend like that. Like them. One with fierce loyalty and the other with a good head on their shoulders. Izuku was lucky indeed. As much as I wanted and would have liked the position, I trust Izuku to lead this class well more than anyone else. Especially after you told me about his performance yesterday. Ida said simply, though Izuku could detect the slight disappointment in his eyes. Makes sense. Uraraka agreed easily, before they all returned to their food. Izuku could not believe that they could just accept that. It made no sense to Izuku, but he supposed he'd have to accept. Suddenly, the alarm started blaring loudly throughout the school and people got up looking more and more distressed as the alarm continued to blare. What's happening? Izuku asked, feeling the anxiety rise under his skin. Uraraka clung to him instantly, not allowing himself to separate from his friend. I don't know. But I'm about to find out. And before either he or Uraraka could protest, Ida had ran into the crowd. People were packing closer and closer together, shoving and pushing, trying to somehow exit the cafeteria, but they were pressed so firmly together for one another, too caught up in the panic to move anywhere at all. Uraraka was digging her hand into Izuku's, looking just as distressed as Izuku felt. Man, Izuku wanted to just go home and get out of here. What could have possibly happened? Was there a school shooter on the loose? Had a criminal infiltrated the building? What was happening? The pushing and shoving was getting worse, and Izuku only feared that he would be separate from Uraraka and would get crushed into a bunch of strangers crushed in anxiety and fear. Then out of nowhere, standing on top of a table was Ida. Hands cupped around his mouth, screaming at everyone to listen to him. Everyone, please calm down. There is no need to panic. It would appear as though the press was able to infiltrate the security system. There is no threat. Please remain calm. Ida ordered. Sure enough, the crowd settled, dispersing, and everyone let out sighs of relief. Just like that, the chaotic herd of people had quieted and calmed, rationally behaving once again. He and Uraraka approached Ida immediately, more than impressed as they praised him. You were amazing, Ida. You got everyone to listen so quickly. Uraraka exclaimed, bouncing on her feet and grinning at Ida. Izuku felt his own excited grin reach his own lips. Ida had acted like a hero, a true leader. Yeah, Ida. You're incredible. And oh dear, that sounded more breathless than Izuku had expected. Ida flushed at the praise, but his scent was pleasant and warm, wrapping around them like a nice blanket. It was the right thing to do, he shrugged, trying to play it off. Izuku couldn't help but look at Ida in a new light. He was really cool in his own strange way. Definitely more fit to be a leader than Izuku though. When they saw Aizawa-sensei again the next day, and he called up the presidents of the class, Izuku had already made his mind up. Even now, just standing up in front of his class, being forced to look them all in the eye, knowing fully well he was only going to give up his position, Izuku felt his legs tremble. Ugh, Izuku was not yet used to any of these people giving him this much attention. Izuku never wanted to do this ever again. Hello, everyone, thanks for voting for me and stuff. Izuku was trembling, his hands shaking, but he found Ida's eyes and found strength. I just wanted to say that while I appreciate the support, I think someone else would be more suitable for this position. Yesterday, Ida-kun dealt with the whole reporter fiasco like a true leader. While I was panicking, too overcome with my own fear, Ida addressed the issue and got everyone to calm down. I think that makes him far more qualified and more worthy of being class president than anyone else. This is why he should be class president, not be. I, Izuku Midoriya, hereby forfeit my position to let Ida take my place. Those of you who agree, say aye. Izuku exclaims, leaning on the stand for support on his long spiel. At first there was only silence, and Izuku was afraid his efforts had been in vain. And then Kirishima, like the knight in shining armor that he was, cried a big, aye. If Midoriya thinks it's for the best, I support it. You were super manly back there, Ida. Slowly, Izuku heard many others rush to voice their support. Ida looked completely overwhelmed, getting up slowly before approaching Izuku's side. He looked shocked, his eyes wide with surprise, mouth hanging out and completely stunned. He looked at Izuku, then the class before speaking. Midoriya-kun, are you sure? Ida asked, as if he hadn't admitted to Izuku earlier that he had wanted this position. Yes, I'm sure. You said you trust my judgment, right? To reject that now would be telling me that you were lying. Izuku told. Him smugly, he had prepared this statement in advance, anticipating Ida's question a long time ago. Ida stared at him a few seconds longer before nodding resolutely. All right, I don't want to be accused of being a liar. If that's the case, with Aizawa-sensei's permission, I will humbly accept the position. Ida announced, proudly puffing his chest. I don't care. Aizawa-sensei replied blandly. With that, a loud round of applause was given, the entire class chaotically hooting and shouting with laughter. What an interesting bunch of people. Izuku looked forward to working and being friends with every single one of them. Eventually, Izuku sighed with relief, ready to go back to his seat before he caught the look on Yaoyorozu's face. She looked a little out of place, looking at the rambunctious class and then at her own hands as if she didn't trust herself. Her scent was of jasmine, hibiscus, and patchouli. It reminded Izuku of a fruity, floral tea with something bit more warm and powerful hidden beneath its depths. Are you okay with this, Yaoyorozu-san? Did you not want your position? Izuku asked carefully, as a look of realization had finally snapped back onto her face. She smiled, though slightly painfully, him shaking her head. No, nothing like that, I'm just not unsure if I'm worthy of this position, she revealed quietly as the rest of the class was distracted. I know this won't mean much coming from me, seeing as I gave my position away and all. But maybe don't think of it that way. You're Omega, right? You're the only Omega in the class. So, think of it as giving a voice and a face to people who don't always get that opportunity. Not to put any pressure on you or anything. But it's really a shame there aren't more Omegas in the athletics program, you know? But when we have events and stuff, and they see an Omega as one of the leaders of the athletics program during the school festivals and stuff, you'll be giving a lot of people hope. Omegas all over the country are going to see Momo Yaoyorozu as their role model. Just as so many see Midnight. You're the only person in this class that can do that, so if you still don't see yourself as worthy, think of yourself as someone who will strive to become worthy so the people who come after you will too. Izuku ranted, passionate and true. Izuku had always admired Omegas. Way back, when Izuku's grandparents were just born, it was still tough for Omegas in a lot of ways. Izuku's grandmothers were both Omega. They had to wait a long time, much longer than alphas, for same secondary gender marriage. It had taken even longer for them to find a surrogate who would help them bring a child into the world. Their struggles were something Izuku's beta mother would always instill in him. Omegas used to be rare for how long they were considered undesired children. It was awful the things people used to do. Of course, by now things had changed a lot. There were many laws in place to make sure such awful things would never happen again. Omegas were paid the same by the time his grandparents were in the workforce. That didn't mean that sexism no longer existed, because it did. But it had improved by a lot. That wasn't to say that what Izuku was saying wasn't true. There were rarely, if any, Omegas that wanted to go to U.A for athletics. There were plenty in STEM, some more in arts, and at least handful in business. But in athletics there were very few. 4 in total, and Yaoyorozu was the only one in their class. In fact, Omegas in the UA athletics department was unheard of until Midnight. She had forged her scent and her abilities into well-worn weapons and took UA and the boxing world by storm. Her image had become an icon, a figurehead for many aspiring Omega athletes. It was the first time Omega abilities and instincts had been considered a strength and not a weakness to the athlete world. Izuku wanted Yaoyorozu to know that he hoped to see that same bright and brilliant future for her. That there was no need to second-guess herself. She was already here, and she just needed to show the world what she's got. Yaoyorozu looked at him, shocked, before pulling him away and into the hall to give him a huge hug. Izuku still wasn't used to hugging girls besides his mom, but he returned the hug the best he could all the same. Yaoyorozu's scent was really nice and comforting, like his own mother's embrace, maybe better. Izuku felt her tears dampen his shirt and that when he grew alarmed. Yaoyorozu-san? Are you okay? What is it? Something I said? Was what I said rude? I swear I wasn't trying to offend you or put pressure on you or anything. Izuku panicked. Was what he said considered insensitive? Had he said the wrong thing, worded it the wrong way? And no, not at all. Actually, you said everything I needed to hear. Thank you for saying all that. That stuff about your grandmother's I said all that out loud. Izuku exclaimed. He hadn't meant to spill his entire life story. Yaoyorozu let out a watery laugh, hugging Izuku to her still. I thought your muttering was meant for me to listen to. No matter. I appreciate it all the same. I'll do my best to live up to your expectations, and be someone that will make your grandmothers proud. Yaoyorozu promised sincerely, and Izuku felt his own eyes water. I'll help you every step of the way, the best I can. Izuku promised as well. Izuku was realizing for the second time this week that the more he opened up to random people, the more likely they were to be his friend. Izuku was very lucky indeed. The entire class was chattering with excitement. Udare was one of the best schools in the country, and with such a title, it was to be expected that their budget was almost limitless. On top of government funding, there were all kinds of sponsors that helped fund the school. This meant that their cafeteria food was cooked by Michelin star chefs, that their security was top of the line, and every single they ever worked with was top of the line. It would seem that even their field trips would work the same way. They were all headed to USJ, the U.A Stadium joint. It was one of the biggest stadiums the city had to offer, and it was the single coolest thing Izuku had ever heard of. As Ida herded them into their private bus, a rotten feeling seemed to brew in his gut. He wasn't too sure why. Nothing seems too out of the ordinary. They were going on a field trip, it would be fine. Yet, even as he tells himself this, Izuku can't completely shake off this bad feeling. If Udare had some of the best security in the country, how were mere reporters able to infiltrate? If they could do that, why hadn't it occurred before? If they couldn't up until now, what changed? It also seemed rather fishy, but maybe Izuku was looking too deeply into things. Besides, looking at all his classmates relieves Izuku's stress. Kaminari and Mina are talking a mile per minute, as if they took a pause to breathe they would forget their unending tangent. To his right was Azui, who seemed determined to make Izuku call her Tsuchan for one reason or the other. Izuku was not ready for that step in their friendship and settled on just Tsuyu for now. She seemed reluctant with the development but left him alone about it for the most part. Then, to his left with Kirishima. He had asked Izuku privately about his development with Kaken, and Izuku had tried to be brave when he spoke to him about what had happened after their fight. The fallout, the tears, the heartbreak, all of that Izuku tried to avoid talking about in depth, but Izuku had a feeling that Kirishima had understood anyway. He had looked at him sadly and rubbed his back, promising things would get better. Izuku still wasn't too sure if he wanted to believe him or not. The false hope would only serve to break his heart further. Midoriya, what did you try out for? Kirishima asked, pulling Izuku out of his thoughts. It seemed everyone in the vicinity was listening, curious to see what their ex-class president had to say. Izuku really wasn't in the mood to socialize, and luckily he didn't have to. Midoriya did the same events as me, with the addition of the hurdles event. Ida informed, his voice carrying over loudly despite him sitting on the other end of the bus. Izuku found himself very grateful for having been spared that position. He wouldn't have been able to command anyone's attention at all. Kirishima grinned. So you're a speedy boy too, Midoriya? If Ida's Sonic, what does that make you? Kaminari cackled, apparently interested enough to stop his conversation with Mina. That means Midoriya's Scrooge the Hedgehog, he pointed out, amused at the comparison. Those guys would be a speedy hedgehog team. I refuse to be compared to a hedgehog. Ida complained. Ah, Kaminari, that would make you Pikachu. Mina giggled, apparently taken with these comparisons. Their class continues to debate on what video game character each of them would before Kirishima pointed out something peculiar. What would Bakugo or Todoroki be? If we're going by personality and Pokemon type here, it would be pretty complicated, he noted as everyone began contemplating his statement. This is stupid. Kaken grumbled, though he looked slightly pleased that nobody could figure him out. Well, if Kaken truly felt like Izuku was the bane of his existence, Izuku would at least play the part. Kaken would be Theflosian without a doubt. He's got an explosive personality, so it seems fitting. Todoroki seems like a Volcanian to me. Izuku explains, watching Kaken getting irritated by being compared to such a bland Pokemon. especially since he compared Todoroki to such an epic Pokemon as well. It probably wounded Kaken's delicate alpha ego. Yes, it seems rather fitting. Though I doubt anyone would ever want to train him, it would be an impossible feat, Ajuto, Itsu exclaims. Izuku watches as Kaken's irritation increases with some amusement, but it's Kaminari's next comment that puts the final nail on the coffin. We haven't known each other long, so it's truly amazing that everyone here already knows that his personality is garbage steeped in sewage. What did you just say to me, dunce face? Kaken demands, getting up from his seat in an attempt to threaten the beta, but even with his angry scent nobody in the bus seemed bothered at all. In fact, they were all laughing, having a blessed time teasing the angry blonde. Mina commented it was too easy to rile Kaken up. This was so different from what Izuku was used to. Usually, an alpha's angry pheromones and orders would only work on those who were already intimidated by them. In their old school, Izuku's classmates would be cowering in fear at such an angry expression from an alpha. This was Yuta, Izuku supposed. Things were meant to be different here. Conversations continue to flow in this way, and Izuku still can't quite grasp that he gets to be a part of it. By the time they arrive at the stadium, everyone is bouncing with energy after being cooped up inside the bus for so long. Aizawa-sensei leads them to the front desk, where a retired JAXA astronaut stood. Izuku had heard about this teacher before but hadn't seen them around before. Another notable Yuta alumni that was called by the name of 13. The only person who looked more excited than him at the turn of events was Uraraka, who was bouncing on the ball of her feet, totally ecstatic. They followed 13 to the main area, from which they would be allowed to explore to their heart's content. There was the pool, the rock climbing wall, and all separated into different room-like structures within the same floor. The stadium was huge. To be able to hold an entire soccer field, pools, and all these other things was insane. He had only heard rumors of such a place before, since this place was reserved for U.A and pro athletes only. Izuku felt more than honored to be allowed to even step foot in a place like this. It was as 13 was explaining instructions for the day, when the lights cut out. Izuku heard someone scream, heard the sound of glass breaking, and then the lights turned back on. For some reason, the sprinkler had turned on, making everyone get wet, yet the alarm didn't blare. Which meant the security went down, just like it had at U.A yesterday. Yesterday had been a warning that nobody had heeded, and for that they would pay. A beast of a man, followed what looked like an army of minions, had spread across the stadium. The beast was holding 13 by the throat, its arms so thick it could probably smash 13's skull open without even trying. Next to the beast was a scrawny, almost frail-looking man who kept itching at his neck. His skin and hair were flaky and dry, and his body was covered in hands. These men were most definitely involved with some shady business. The Yakuza? We're here because we were informed that Yagi Toshinori was here. I have a score to settle with him, the flaky, dry-skinned man stated. His tone was rough from disuse, and like his shaggy appearance suggested, was probably not someone who went out a lot. Not Yakuza then, some criminal group. Izuku held his breath. The man's scent was bothering. Pomegranate, whiskey, passion fruit, maybe licorice? So many scents piled one on top of the other, so thick and impermeating that Izuku felt like his scent alone could knock a full-grown man onto his knees. No, it wasn't the man's scent. He was more subdued. He wasn't angry, he wasn't looking for a fight. It was his beast. Which meant that monster-looking creature was human. To some extent. His purple coloring, his exposed brains, and the unnatural build of his body would suggest otherwise, but he was human at least in part. The grotesque figure would haunt Izuku forever. Children, get away. Toshinori isn't here, I'm afraid you'll have to leave. Aizawa-sensei stated, somehow calm and collected. Ida, please SRT the class out of here immediately. I'll deal with this. Izuku found himself developing newfound respect for the man. Still, he didn't like the idea of leaving his teacher to fend for himself. It seems the criminals are thinking the same thing. 3 very large men block the exit of the door, and every exit of the stadium. What? Where had they come from? Why did they want to attack a bunch of students? I'm afraid nobody will be leaving here tonight. Either Toshinori gets here quickly, or all these children will have to die. The flaky criminal man smirks. I am Tamura Shigaraki, successor of All for One and the leader of the League of Villains. We're to seek revenge from your beloved, All Might. It's time his stupid legacy comes to an end and we're here to get the job done. Izuku feels his breath leave his body. So this was what Toshinori-sensei was afraid of. Izuku couldn't believe that this was happening. All for One. Izuku remembered that man had conducted experiments, creating what he called the ideal alphas. He pumped testosterone and steroids into subjects in hopes to create the ideal alpha. One that was completely SLV to their instincts, stuck in a feral rut until it died. They were aggressive and ready to fight at any given moment, so gone to their instincts that they could no longer form conscious thought. It was a disgusting, cruel thing, and Izuku had been sure that when Toshinori had helped the police put the man in jail, his reign would have been done for good. Izuku had been right. This beast truly had been a man once, reduced solely to his instincts. A monster. Izuku realized that they were trapped. They were trapped in this stadium, and it was very likely that someone would get hurt. Izuku had to call the police. He had to do something before this could get any worse. As he snatched his phone from his pocket, Izuku's heart fell. No signal, even though he had it not even 10 minutes ago. That meant these people had planned this ordeal meticulously. They were in big trouble. Izuku heard someone yell, and started to realize it was Kaken. He ran at the guy, clearly ready to take the man down, but before anyone could do anything, the man pulled a mask over his face and the gas was released into the air. That could be the only explanation for why Izuku's world went black. He comes to with a slap on the face. Izuku groans, blinking his eyes open only to see the faces of Azui, Fu, and Yaoyorozu in front of him. Midoriya-kun, are you okay? Yaoyorozu exclaims, her soft chamomile scent wrapping around Izuku like a warm embrace. Gaining strength from his friend's concern, Izuku pushes his body upwards, blinking to take a look around. They were stuck on the diving tower of one of the pools. How did we get here? Izuku asked, still kind of dazed. Tsuyu frowns, her eyes gazing to the main plaza, and Izuku follows her line of sight. There he sees a lanky man, Aizawa-sensei, fight off almost 6 different criminals at once. We don't really know. My best guess is that those League of Villains people used some sort of sleeping gas and separated to be less of a burden to fight. After all, we are the athletics program, so they know most of us can fight. Yaoyorozu explains, pointing at the pool, and that's when Izuku sees it. At the bottom of the pool, there was an entire soccer team worth of criminals waiting in the water, waiting to take them down. Oh geez. Yikes. Is all Izuku could bring himself to say, looking at the criminals fighting below with Aizawa-sensei and the ones they had to deal with. Surprising him, both the girls laugh at that. Loudly and pleasantly, and they don't seem to be able to contain. There are even a few tears in the corner of Yaoyorozu's eyes, and Izuku feels a little proud that he's accomplished such a feat. Understatement of the year. Tsuyu shakes her head, a slight quirk to her lips as she says it. Alright. So, we should come up with a plan, right? If we just wait up here, they could just climb up here and force us down, so we should do something about that, right? Izuku mutters, more to himself than the two girls. His mind is going a mile a minute. All he can think about is Aizawa-sensei battling for his life, all of their lives out there clearly outnumbered, and if the criminals decided to use the beast, outmatched. Did you really think they'd do that? It would be safer for us to just stay up here and hope help comes in time. Yaoyorozu points out, looking unsure of herself. Besides, none of us are fighters. I only took karate for 2 years before I quit. I play tennis, Tsuyu's a swimmer and you're a mid-distance sprinter, so it isn't reasonable to fight. Izuku understood where she was coming from. He truly did, but he had an inkling of an idea. He believed in it, he believed they could do it. Izuku thought about it, looking at the amount of people on the ground. If these guys were strong at combat, they wouldn't have to send so many. That in itself spoke volumes. Izuku couldn't guarantee anything in life, but he could take a chance. Glancing at Aizawa-sensei, who was slowly losing steam, Izuku knew he had two. Actually, I was training to be a MMA fighter for almost 10 years. I can fight, and I think I have a plan. Tsuyu, for how long can you hold your breath underwater?